Development project has been added.
Alright, so it looks like everything is up and running. To anyone that's there in the chat, let me know if there's any issues with the mic audio, the game audio, anything of the sort. So, let's go ahead and do some farming.
Heading to FOB.
Looks like there's about 2 viewers right now. Alright.
Deploying.
You thought I was dead? Oh. Right. I did remember someone mentioning that. Well, I did stream the other day, so, you know, there's that.
Capture staff from them. I'll be looking forward to meeting the new recruits, boss. Be careful down there, boss.
Map has been updated.
Oh, right. Yeah. Right.
He's coming too. Roger that.
There we go. That should be about it. Just gotta wait. There we go. Alright, not bad for a first run.
Infiltration successful.
We have about 5 people watching, so that's pretty good. It's picking up a little bit.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
was interesting looking emblem right there. Hold on. Huh. Wonder what that background emblem is. Which looks very strange.
Heading to FOB.
So don't really worry about the frame that's around the video or around the screen. It's just like a temporary placeholder. I'm just experimenting on what to really put there.
Successfully sneak your way into the heart of the rival PF's FOB, and you can capture staff from them. I'll be looking forward to meeting the new recruits, boss. Be careful down there, boss.
Map has been updated.
Ooh, that's close. Almost messed that one up. That one guy always manages to survive every time. There, I think that one should do it. There, yeah, okay, so that's where I need to throw it next time. For more consistent results. Nuga Kowalski is here in the chat.
You gotta extract him.
Yeah,
Infiltration successful.
glad you guys over there and the other side of the world could tune in on this. Yeah, Night Blue, I just got home from work, so
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
but if you don't know what's going on, I'm streaming tonight at this hour just to kind of test to see what kind of audience I can get at this hour. Because I know there's a lot of people who watch my videos that are in the UK and such, so... And of course, me streaming on my usual time, it would be too late for them or too early or something like that.
Heading to FOB.
So it looks like we have 8 people watching. Well, that's pretty good. It looks like I'm picking up some viewer count. So that's awesome.
Successfully sneak your way into the heart of the rival PF's FOB, and you can capture staff from them. I'll be looking forward to meeting the new recruits, boss. Be careful down there, boss.
Map has been updated.
It's whatever, Night Blue. It doesn't matter if you want to join or not. If you want to join, that's fine. It's whatever you feel like. There we go, that should get everyone. Oh, what? Aw, you piece of shit. That's bullshit. I thought he was on the, like, top half of the wall. Fuck, man.
Infiltration failed. Are you hurt? Try a little harder next time.
Huh. That's interesting. Oh wow, we have 11 viewers. That's actually pretty decent.
Heading to FOB. Deploying.
Successfully sneak your way into the heart of the rival PF's FOB, and you can capture staff from them. I'll be looking forward to meeting the new recruits, boss. Be careful down there, boss.
Map has been updated.
I don't know if that dolphin... I don't know if I'm doing the dolphin dive right. It's supposed to cancel the ending lag. But I don't know, I can't tell. Roll. Hit a roll. That's a new name I haven't seen on the stream before. Okay. Just wait for this to come here. Yeah, that should get the guy that's up in that tower. Let's watch. Yep. Got him. Okay, so now I know where to throw it. Hey there, Arthur.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
There we go. So to those of you who are just joining in, I am streaming tonight this late because one, I came home from work and I work pretty late, and two, it's to try to see and test the waters if I have any a viewing base in the UK and such. So essentially the other half of the world. Since obviously when I stream on my usual times, it'll be way too early for any of you guys to really catch the stream or something like that. So I thought, why not just try it out one day, since I obviously have somewhat the luxury to do that anyways. Why not try it? So that's why I'm streaming very late. Well, late my time, but should be early your time, or at least middle of the day. And if I can get a decent viewing for today, then I at least know that, okay, I can get a good viewing here and I can actually stream at this time. But I will also stream on my usual time for like a different day as well. So more likely than not, I will have to split this stream. Like I would grind half of it this stream and then grind the other half for the US audience. If that makes any sense. Alright, we got 15 people. That's good. That's a really good viewing right there. So that's usually the average that I get from kind of early, 3:21 a.m. or p.m.
Successfully sneak your way into the heart of the rival PF.
Oh, but you work night shift, yeah. See.
Capture staff from them. I'll be looking forward to meeting the new recruits, boss. Be careful down there, boss.
Map has been updated.
But yeah, maybe I'll have a different set of people to talk to during this hour compared to, like, you know, what I usually would get if I were to stream on my usual times. Whoa, I should not have done that, but thankfully there was no one there to see me, so. Ooh, that's close. Oh, AM? Oh, I see. I'm pretty sure you catch my streams when I stream them at my usual time, which is like 7. Yeah, by that time, I think you're probably in Texas or something, because that's usually the time that Kai gives me if I ever stream.
Subject on board.
Whoa,
Leave the rest to us.
I did not notice that dude died. There we go. Just in case I didn't get the task for neutralizing X amount of people. Okay.
Infiltration successful.
6:22 p.m. in Australia. Okay. Well, thank you, Andrew Barron, for letting me know.
Extraction Extraction arrived at
So yeah, like right now is a pretty decent time for a lot of you guys in the other half of the world. Whereas over here, it's like it's almost 1:30 a.m. Actually, actually, there's something I wanted to check out. I don't know if you can get the snake nameplate for this event, so let me double check that real quick. No, no. So you do not get the snake nameplate during this event.
Hello, Game Pro.
Hey there, Night Blue.
Trained, probably because you're usually streaming at a time when you haven't gone to work yet.
All right. I stream just. Well, I just stream kind of like middle of like the evening, I guess you could say.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right when the sun is almost down, I guess is what you can see
The
it.
twilight hour.
Yeah.
Deploying.
Yeah, I was to say I found it really surprising saying that you're coming home, but that once I remembered that you said you were getting a new job that had a night shift, I was like, oh, that's right. You're gonna probably be on more the time I am. So
Right.
hello,
Thankfully-
stream.
But thankfully, this is one of the days where I'm not there the entire night shift.
Ah, okay.
I only get out 2 hours earlier.
Mm.
Successfully sneak your
So
way
why
into
not
the
just
heart
pick
of the
today
rival
and try it?
PF's
So.
FOB.
See what it's like.
Capture
Yeah.
Get our European friends in on this.
Looking forward to meeting
Right.
new recruits, boss.
Hey, you never know. Tally might make an appearance.
Yeah, he might. I haven't messaged him yet, but if you want to send him a message, letting him know, hey, if you're available and you want to join the stream, you can.
Let's see who's.
I mean, it should be like afternoon for him,
Yeah.
because we ran like the numbers yesterday, and like it should be around like 12. Ooh,
Well, let's say if it's around 12, he might be in the middle of classes. So,
Oh, yeah, that's true.
I mean, that might be the reason why he comes in really early or really late to your streams, is because his work schedule is like for normal normal time in Europe. So,
But then again, he is also just like using the computer and the PS4 at work. So
Yeah.
I don't even know.
yeah, sometimes I just don't. Yeah, he's a little bit of an oddball that way. So I'll send him a message right now.
Yeah. Just to at least let him know what's up. Oh, I stopped him. Oh god, I was almost caught. Jeez. I was looking at him like, I don't know if that's the dude that spotted me or someone else, but fuck it. Jeez, that was close. Let me knock this dude out before he spots him in.
So what are you thinking about Nier so far?
Oh, I've
'Cause I-
already finished it, but it's great. I
was
wish
gonna say,
it was
you got-
longer.
Yeah, I was gonna say, how many endings have you ended up so far with?
I got all of them.
All 26 or
Yeah.
27? Oh, okay. Yeah, I haven't gone through the effort of getting all of them again, because the first time I played through, I ended up doing I don't want to spoil it if there's people listening. I don't want to spoil it, but ending E, that choice you get for ending E.
Oh. You didn't think to back up your save?
No, I chose just not to let it just to back up. I just decided to start fresh because there's a couple of things that I messed up earlier on in one of the runs that I was like, you know what? When I come back to it, I'll fix it then. And that's what I've been slowly working back on. So, but next time, yeah, that's what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna back up my save or get it from the online, and then do it that way. Because the thing I realized is that I did in fact back up my save and put it back. But what I realized is that when you do that, you lose the save file marking to show you what the newest start menu looks like. because you notice like whenever you start the game again, your start menu changes. Well,
Yeah.
it changes again after you do the full the what ending E asks you to do.
Yeah, I remember seeing that earlier today, but I'm like, does that stay there? Like when if you were to like actually do a brand new run, does it actually stay there?
Yes.
Oh,
That's the reason why it overwrites your saves with a bunch of blank saves,
yeah.
because it's a marker on the account saying, "Hey, this person's done this specific thing."
Man.
So, yeah, so that's the reason why I decided to just let it go and say, "You know what? I'll start fresh. I can handle that. I know what I'm doing this time." And this time, I decided to do the really, really cheese thing and just play it on easy for the entire first run.
But I
Because
thought
the
you already
game
did that though.
ridiculously easy at that point. It's it can't even. Okay, so your question was again?
Oh, hold up. Hello P Quad. Nice to see you in the chat. I noticed him earlier. Um,
Uh,
so
Deploying.
if you were to so you when you move back your save after you do that,
it
it doesn't
overwrites it
give
from
you.
the old menu.
I see.
Yeah, so that's the reason why if you want the what I'll call the cavern menu, because that's what it looks like. It looks like that the
Yeah.
under cavern. To keep that, you have to accept that you've lost that save.
I wonder what happens if you do it again.
Oh, you mean like do another E ending after
Yeah.
that? I don't know.
Time to find out.
So I'm like,
I
I
mean,
doubt
like,
ya.
I thought you already did your first run on easy and such.
Well, no, see, that's the thing is that what I did, because I didn't understand how the game worked, I played through ending A on easy. And then when I got to the second part, ending B, I actually played that all on normal. And then I made the mistake of kicking it up to hard when I got
see.
to A2.
Oh yeah.
So, yeah, let's just say it wasn't pleasant for me. But
Yeah,
yeah,
I actually know where like everything is, where
Mhm.
to find a certain item. I didn't
Mhm.
know Emil sells high-end items. I didn't know he does
Yeah,
that. I'm like, well,
yeah,
shit. Like, I'm over here looking for dented sockets in this fucking factory
yeah,
deep
yeah,
below.
yeah. And that's one of the things I actually realized on one of my runs is that I actually ended up, because the way I was playing, I ended up getting that menu first. Like most people end up with like the like tier 1 or the tier 2 material lists, because I ignored Emil all the way up to basically the end of A2's first run.
Yeah,
I ended up finding like the super hidden, like extra cool, materials list, and I'm like,
in
holy
the
shit,
dress
I'm
module,
buying everything.
in the dress module.
Yep, yep. I was
I
like,
was wondering
oh,
where the hell it was, and then I
uh huh.
finally found it. I'm like, well, it's already too late. I'm already at the end of the fucking game.
Yeah, but what the point of that is that it allows you to, when you go to the replays for the various endings,
Oh,
it
I
allows
know.
you, yeah.
To keep
So
all the shit. It's just still I'm like, well fuck, I would have liked to kept that or known that it was there.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Sorry, I missed the last few streams, but work and whatnot have caused me to be less
Right.
than stellar.
Wow, we have 20 people watching right now. Yeah, there is definitely an audience over there in the other half of the world, so that's a pretty good thing. I guess I will start streaming more often at this hour.
Now, that also means that I'm most likely able to, if you want to have the company, I can most likely hop on, because at this
Oh,
point,
that's
I don't
good.
know, because that's I'm off at work at this point. So
Oh,
some of the
okay,
streams
yeah.
where I've missed is because I was at work, or I excuse me, couldn't do it because I had other functions that I had to go to. But
Yeah,
at this point at night, oh no, I'm definitely free,
right.
and
Well, that's
I can
good.
be up for the next few 5 or 6 hours. So
Yeah,
you
same
could do a
here.
long stream, but I don't know if that's good for either one of us. But
Yeah. But if I do play near again, it's gonna be on the PC version. So,
I can understand that.
cause like at least then I'll be earning trophies again or achievements all over again. I didn't know you can buy trophies.
See, that was the
That
other
was
thing I found.
That was ridiculous.
I did that. I was like, you know what? I'm just not going to spend the time necessary to do half of it.
I think, but now that I understand the E ending, I understand why now.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it feels so cheap. Like, I have like 7 million G just sitting there doing nothing.
Yep, that's that's the reason why I ended up buying all the endings the first time around, because I was like, oh, well, this is novel. What does this do? And I realized what I had done after I bought everything, and I'm like, well, damn. Now the really funny thing is on the PlayStation 4, because it takes a screenshot every time you
Yeah,
earn an
yeah.
achievement.
People be like, "Oh, you cheap!
It shows you buying it all. So I was like, aha.
You got caught." According to Daniel, he's in Brazil, and it's 5:35 a.m. That's pretty interesting.
Yeah, 5:35. Yeah, well, as I said, that's East Coast time,
Yeah, yeah.
so that makes sense.
Successfully sneak your way into the heart of the rival PF's FOB, and you can
That isn't
capture
totally out of the
staff from
ordinary.
them. I'll be looking forward to meeting the new
Yeah,
recruits.
right now, I'm helping beta test a map, not map pack. It's a mod pack for Minecraft. Which, yes, I play
Oh.
Minecraft, but I'm helping beta test because I'm a Patreon of this person for a very long time, and she said, "Hey, we're starting a new server for checking all this stuff out. So if you want to come and help beta test and find bugs for this thing, please let me know." And I've already found a few. She's looked at that and gone, "Oh, really?" And I'm like, "Yeah, this is an issue."
Interesting.
But she's a mod developer herself, so she understands.
Oh, that's cool.
But yeah. Now I just have to figure out how the hell half the stuff works in this pack, because I have no idea what I'm doing with half the technology here.
Are you in creative?
No, this is a server.
Oh,
I'm doing
I
this.
see.
I'm doing this on survival, and it's a slightly harder version because in Minecraft you usually start with like 10 hearts. So you got this. It's like the link bar, you know. You've got 10 hearts worth of link. Well, in this particular pack, they reduce your hearts to starting at 3. So pretty much
jeez.
everything in the game can kill you. And she's also included a specialty mod that basically ups the difficulty for time spent in the pack. So instead of doing the slow, like it takes, I want to say 30 or 40 game hours to get to the point where you're like facing slightly harder enemies, she's shortened that to like 10 to 15 hours. So I'm fighting the hardest level enemies with 3 hearts. Now you can earn additional hearts, but you have to explore the areas and find to get
How
like
do you,
these.
do you kill
there's-
bosses or something, or
Well,
special
that's kind of
mini
what it is.
bosses?
It's not the mini bosses that you have to kill. You have to find these special dungeons that spawn these little craftable hearts that will give you permanent health boosts.
Oh, I see. That's pretty cool. But those are like based off of like chance, unless you actually kind of know the location, or the game somehow gives you an idea.
Nope. You do have to it's random chance. There are people like me that have been on the server for a while and still only have 3 hearts. So,
Jeez, sounds pretty
so
brutal.
it can be, and the fact that I made my base. I don't. Have you ever played Minecraft at all?
Yeah,
Okay. Have you played any multiplayer Minecraft?
yeah,
Okay. So you understand what spawn is.
yeah.
I decided to make a base 3,000 meters away from spawn, and dying at this point when I've tried to sleep through the night and not have a bed set up, yeah, that's not fun, because it's a 3,000 walk back from spawn to my base, then to the location I was dead at. So
Extraction.
Well, when you
arrived
put down a
at
bed,
database.
that you spawn there from now on, right?
right,
Does that
unless
mod-
well, no, that's still true. In fact, there's a mod in here that makes that even easier to allow you to set spawn just by clicking on it, even if it's during the day. So instead of sleeping, you can actually
Oh.
just click on the bed and it automatically spawns for you. The thing is that to help pass the night faster, so that way you don't have to deal with monsters coming at you at all times, there is this mod called Morpheus that allows like 1 or 2 people to sleep during the night as opposed to the entire server having to sleep, and it passes the night. So it
How-
makes it.
How's
that?
that possible? I mean, doesn't
It's
that
it's
just...
part. The coding for the mod allows you to have 1 or 2 players sleep, and it activates a feature in the mod to cause it to switch from day to night or night to day.
So, like, what if you wanted to do like night raids? You can't do that because like 2
Yes, you
people
can. You can just ask people not to sleep,
Heading to
and people will.
FOB.
In most cases, people understand what's going on. So unless somebody's in a lot of trouble, they usually say, "Okay, well, we just won't sleep through the night, and we'll do it like that." Or it could be like a time where I'm on by myself, which is like right now. And
How many people are on the server?
depends on the time of day. This is I hate saying European server, but it's an international server because because of who she is and what she does, she's got followers from across the globe. So I've talked to a German man, an Englishman, I want to say somebody from Portugal
You can capture staff from them.
or Denmark. I think no, it was Denmark. It was Denmark, and she's actually in New Zealand, and I'm obviously in the United States. And it's basically anybody that is one of her patrons at a certain level, or I think it's just any patron, can log into the server and get access to it. You just have to log into your Patreon account and get the details from her, and that's it. But yeah, so the max I've seen concurrently running on the server at any time is, I think, 10 people, and as few is it's just been me at times, like it is now, and or like she'll be on and a few other people are on. So usually I'm on Discord with one or two of the other guys from her pack, so we're discussing like what's going on in the pack, or what we found, or found nifty little cheats or quick getaways for things that we didn't think about before.
Cool. The only thing I have left to say about Nier is that I wish it had more. There was more stuff to do. Because I've already platinumed the whole thing, so.
Yeah. And you did it the hard way.
Well, yeah. But still, though, I'm like, even now that I know about that, I'll still. Well, then again, maybe not. I probably won't. I won't probably get them legit because I'm like, well, I already did that legit on a console, so. At least I don't have to do that all over again on PC.
You gotta extract him.
Oh crap.
He's coming too.
Sword handy. No, I do not.
Ooh, I almost walked in there. What? No ding? The hell? I thought I fulled in 3 people.
Infiltration successful.
Oh, that was one of the things I've been meaning to ask you. Is for your runs, when you're running through these and trying to get the awards for everything, do you actually go through every FOB to get the individual awards from that FOB, or do you just run the medical platform all the time?
Just medical.
Okay. And I don't know if that's... No, they actually do give you a bonus. The first time you run any of them, they give you a bigger bonus than normal, but you have to run them that way. So.
It's just the other ones are, aside from the base development, the other ones are very complicated.
I would say yes, but the supply one for me is... Well, is it the supply one? I can't remember which one it is. There are 2 that I've basically mastered besides the medical platform on how to get them done. But by far the easiest one to like grenade is the
It can't be
medical
Intel because Intel has that big old tower.
The Intel is like the worst, right next to, I want to say, the command platform. And the reason why the command platform is a bad thing is because it's the same problem that the Intel platform is that the way it's designed makes you have to go up all those fucking stairs, and you can get caught way too fucking easy.
Doesn't the R&D platform also do that?
Yes, but the R&D platform has a lot of points where if you snipe people, you can get in real easy.
But
depending on the difficulty level of the base you're trying to raid, it's not so hard. And I'm talking about the computer generated ones, not the player ones, because the player ones are always awful. But the computer versions of all those bases are, I don't want to say are more forgiving, but if you know what you're doing, you can quickly snipe most of those guys out and not have a problem.
It's just we're on Bound Dragons though.
Yeah, I know, and that's a pain in the ass. But the ones I found the easiest is, I want to say, the supply one, where like the last platform is just a big open space in the center. I never remember what the names of these platforms are.
I don't really remember what the Oh wait, no, now I remember what it looks like. It's a warehouse, and you have to go down underneath, and you find this little platform.
Yeah. That's one of the easier ones for me to do, only because I've learned like the pattern of like how they always patrol there. So unless there's something unique to that particular area, it's not so hard for me to do. But there's that one. That's the supply one, and then there is the. It's medical. I'm trying to do this in my head without looking at a map. It's,
Base development.
Is it base development? Yes, it's base. It's
That
base
one's
development.
easy.
Yeah, that one's the other easy one to do. And based on the rewards you get for some of those things. But if you go through each of them, and I don't know how many your watchers know that each one gives you a unique set of rewards for completing that base.
Yeah.
So depending on what you really need, you could try running those a bunch of times. But in most cases, the medical platform is really good because if you're using a lot of stun style weaponry, it's the only way you can replenish what you've used up while fighting.
Right.
So.
Yeah, people are either gonna run base development to stock up on resources, or medical platform to stock up on plants. And that's just how everything goes.
Yeah. Yeah, but I generally run through each of the platforms to get the maximum amount of oh god, it's not GMP.
Resources?
No, it's the points you get for running
Oh, event points.
event points, because that it will give you the maximum. The first time you run through any of them, it gives you an automatic ×1 multiplier. Every time you do it afterwards, it's a 0.1 multiplier.
Right.
So that's why I generally run all of the bases at least once when I go to do all that stuff. But yeah.
Yeah, base development is the one with a lot of crates, Arthur.
Extraction arrived at
But yes, it
Mother
is
Base.
easy because it's very open. You can see the exit right there, or the ramp that leads up to it, and you could essentially snipe everyone, too. I'm already almost done farming, so I don't know what I'm gonna do when I play again. I'll just farm for I'll just play for like an hour or 2 hours if I do end up completing my time limit or my point limit.
So yeah, that's my other issue is that I've kind of gotten pissed at Konami for not releasing the Fulton launcher. I'm like,
Oh, I know.
I'm like, seriously, guys, really?
It's actually 2 months delayed.
And it's probably just they may. This is the part that I'm gonna be pissed about is if they never do release it.
Yeah, no,
Deploying.
that was one of my assumptions, and well, looking at how shit's going right now, that looks like it's gonna be that. I am in the midst of making a Fulton launcher rant video because
Yeah, I saw
at
one
this
of your
point
videos.
it's like it's very baffling how like every other weapon on that list was on point, but of course this one is like, oh no, time to fuck around, time to go off track. Like that's just really shitty.
Successfully sneak your way into the heart of the rival PF's
And it's like,
FOB.
why? Like, is the Fulton launcher legitimately the last thing? It probably is.
Well,
That's literally.
it
I
could
mean-
be if they had their. If Konami was serious about supporting the community, it wouldn't be the last thing because they would come up with brand new weapons that they could release. But because of all the stuff that's happened with Kojima and everything else, I'm willing to bet until they can basically make the series their own, which I'm putting in quotation marks, they're not going to be willing to support it. They're going to want to release whatever they are for Survive if it comes out, and do it that way, as opposed to letting anything else go.
Right.
Which again pisses the fuck off. But.
Right. It's just. Like, I don't know. It really does look like the Fulton launcher is the only thing that they are hoping or the reason why people are still playing. And
And they're
of
trying to
course,
hold on to that.
Yeah, they're holding on to it on purpose. Or if there really is new stuff, which I doubt, then there's no reason for them not to release it, unless they know, okay, we have, out of all the new shit, nothing's gonna top this. But I don't know.
Yeah,
I mean, they
also
will always have new. They will always have higher grades, but you know that's just higher grade weapons.
that take a ridiculous amount of resources to use. That was my other thing about that is like all these really nice weapons, and you can't play them when you're on single player offline because oh look of how many frickin' things it uses. You get to play it with one mission, and then all of a sudden all of your resources have run dry because you can
Right.
no longer afford to use them again. So,
Yep.
slash rant.
Yeah. But yeah, it's very clear from what's happening now that this is probably like their only saving grace, and that once they release it, people have no reason to play anymore, and then that's it.
Well, more like they will no longer have a reason to spend money to Konami.
Yeah, or to come back, or anything.
Well,
And it's
that's
like
the,
why?
yeah.
But in
Extraction
all honesty,
arrived at
one of the
your
solutions I'm
base.
going to propose in the video is that everyone sends an email to support. Like, because obviously someone's sending stuff to support because whenever they fuck up on something, they're aware of it. Like either someone at Konami knows the fuck up themselves, or there are people that are actually reporting the fuck ups and they get it fixed. Because
I would say
I
the
mean,
Japanese players.
they care enough. They care enough to, or there are people that care enough to actually report it and say, "Hey, this isn't right," and then they actually fix it. Well,
Right.
with the Fulton launcher, it was supposed to come out in February because the LMG, the non-lethal LMG, that came out in November. So 3 months after November is February. Didn't come out in February. Did not come out in March. So yes, it is definitely late, or everything else was on time. So I want to send a letter asking them where it is, that everything else was released exactly 3 months apart, and that this is the only thing that has not been released on time. What's wrong, or
Yeah,
like
what's
what's
happening.
going on? Yeah. And I'm pretty sure most likely I'm not even gonna get a response. But
I
I'm
know.
sure.
I would think you would get a response, but I think it would be a generic response.
Oh yeah. But I would also be sure that if enough people actually messaged them about it, they would actually change their minds. But who knows? I'm just being hopeful.
The wish.
So yeah, that's probably going to be the main proposal that we do in the rant. That we just send them a message saying, hey, everything else was released. This was supposed to be released on this time, or at least around this time, and it has not. So what gives? We were looking forward to this. We appreciate all the other stuff that they gave us, but this was something that everyone was looking forward to, and it's not released. Why? Because like at this point, people are already just tired and fed up with it.
Yep.
Like there's like literally no excuse why it shouldn't be out anymore. Everything else has been released, so there's no excuse. And it, like I said, it's just very clear like what their motive is, and people are not liking it.
It's become transparent about what they're doing.
Yeah. Konami's busy making pachinko instead. Well, yeah, obviously. I don't know if you ever saw the video that Tali posted in the stream chat.
I haven't
It's
checked it
still
yet.
there. It's still there in the Discord stream chat.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I haven't checked it yet. So
I'm pretty sure you'll understand what it might be.
as soon as I get this chest down, I'll take a look.
got 19 people again. All right. It went down to like 15/16, but now it's almost up to 20, so that's pretty good. But yeah, a lot of people are having trouble on Bound Dragons as usual, because you know it's not very easy. So,
It's never a fun thing.
no, never. It's that time of the well, what the hell? I didn't know there'd be a do up here. It's just that time of the year where you just kind of have to
You gotta extract
bite the
him.
bullet and do this bullshit event. I mean, it's not too hard, at least not for me, but to those who are new at it or something, yeah, it will be. Wow, 21 people. All right. Well, we already
Extraction
surpassed
arrived at Mother
20
Base.
again, so that's really good. Thank you guys for watching. So to those of you who are hopping in and don't know, I don't usually stream at this time, but I decided to do a test and decided to stream, you know, at around this time, just to see if I have a viewing on the other half of the world, because when I do stream, the other half of the world is already asleep. So yeah, so this is just a test, but so far I already have a huge viewing as it is, so I'm already convinced to stream on this time and on my usual time as well. That way I can cater to two different sides of the world and more audiences. And
Are you
hopefully-
talking about the modded 2B for the DOA?
Yeah, for the
Oh, yeah. I started clicking, going, yeah. I could,
Deploying.
yeah. Okay.
what baffles me in the video is like the song that they use,
It's just
and
so.
I'm like, am I supposed to be? Am I supposed to be happy? Like,
Well, okay. Given the subject matter of Nier and the fact that we're talking about 2B,
but it's like
it's.
but the song is like, am I supposed to be like feeling deep and emotional, or like happy, or like, because given what's being shown in the video, like it's not supposed to be thought-provoking exactly. Like, it's not supposed to make you think and be deep and shit, and it's not that type of happy thing with a happy ending. So it's like, it's a very weird situation. It's
Well,
like, it's just
considering-
a
I think
very
that's why
odd song for what 2B is doing in that video.
Well, that's what I'm just saying, is that, you know, given what we know about the game and how it goes, it's appropriate, I think. The guy that designed the game was quoted as doing an interview saying that there's a reason why he goes into these death themes and these very wacky moments, is because apparently one of his friends died when they were kids, or well, his friend died when he was a kid, and it left a very, very strong impression about like what happens to you after you die and what kind of legacy do you leave. So that's the reason why he's always a little bit of an oddball, is because death affected him very deeply. But it didn't make him bad, it just changed him in a way that nobody expected. So that's the reason why he went on
Made him
stage.
silly.
Well, that's the reason why he went on stage with the Emil mask. He was the guy that, you know, everybody was making fun of a couple of E3s ago for wearing what looked like a moon mask to the
Yeah, no one knew what the hell the mask was. I
Yeah.
thought it was a moon mask when I first saw it. I'm like, what is this?
But the smart people said, "Oh no, this is the guy that made Nier," and they immediately recognized him as being the guy that was behind Emil. And in some ways, I realized what Emil really is. Emil is the self-insert character. It's basically the director coming in and saying, "Hey, I want to, you know, be this thing. I want to be this guy that helps the player character to experience all these things. But I have my own story and I have my own things that I want to tell." And when you start thinking of the Emil character being that way and looking at all the backstory for that, it starts making sense about why Emil is the way he is. It's just, if you take a moment to step back and go, oh, if he's putting himself in the game as Emil, all of a sudden, all of like Emil's motivations for what he does, like even his
Makes
like
sense.
shop, yeah, like even him giving you the shop to shop at. I mean, that's the director saying, here's this candy land of fun that you get to play with because this is my game and I want to give you something to play with. it makes way more sense that way, and you're like, well, that would explain why Emil isn't attacking you or basically defending the area. He's going, no, this is my game. I'm just going to give you shit so that way you can play around with it. You get to meet my characters, and have fun with them. But I'm me, and that's why he's the final boss of the actual game. Sorry, spoiler, but he is. He's like the ultimate boss in that game.
Yeah. You're welcome, Adel. He told me thanks for streaming at this time.
Yeah.
Um,
See, and I still managed to make it a deep provoking thought stream. So there you go, guys.
but it's like it. Well, did you already beat Emil or
not yet? Not yet. I haven't done that yet. Not
Do
on
you
this.
know what happens?
No.
Oh.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah, I have an idea of what happens, but that would be the director admitting. If what I think, I'm gonna just state that what I think is going to happen, not necessarily in like what actually happens, but if he does what I think he does, that's the director admitting that he knows he's gonna die one day as well. Because he's self-aware that death happens, and there's nothing you can do to stop it. Everybody dies. Every human being that has ever lived will die. You are no. And I don't mean like you, Game Pro, being exception. I'm just saying, in general, the term is that you are no exception. Everyone will die. It's just one of those things. You have to come to accept that. When you're younger, you don't understand the concept of death. But as you grow older, or you face things that cause you to come to understand death, you come to understand that you are mortal and you will eventually kick the bucket. So you have to think about what kind of legacy you're going to leave. So.
Right.
So that's why I said that the Emil character is probably the director. That's I pretty, from what I understood from reading about like a walkthrough or two, that didn't spoil how it actually goes down, but it basically said, oh, expect this to be going badly for you at the end. I'm like, oh, okay, I understand what's about to happen here. But yeah, no, I haven't. Damn it, messed that up. Ah.
I mean, when you fight Emil on easy mode, like, is he even easy? Is he still at 99?
Yeah, he'll still be at 99.
Oh.
Okay, do you know what the easy mode does?
No.
It reduces the amount of damage you take. It doesn't eliminate it, so you can still die to enemy damage in easy mode. The other thing it does is it allows you to equip the auto chips that allow you to auto attack, auto defend, auto parry, and do all that stuff. So, and there's sometimes where you have to take it off the auto mode because the game is just running an automatic program to say, hey, this is the best combination of attacks. But it's running a program that isn't necessarily optimized for good gameplay. So sometimes you have to override it and say, no, I actually need to take care of this other bad guy because the one you're focusing on is going to get us killed because all these other bad guys are hitting you while that's happening. So you can still die while playing on easy mode. You have to be very careful about where you are. Like the pit that's in the desert, you have to be extraordinarily careful on because the very large, I forget, the Goliaths, I think that's the Colossi, or I forget the actual, the Goliath class. Yeah, the Goliath class bad guys will kill you because what will happen is that your character will get focused on like one of the two smaller guys, like the low level dudes, and then the medium guys will start hitting you with hard sword attacks, and you dodge out of that area of them because the auto dodge chip is on there. But then because you weren't paying attention to the Goliath, they'll do an area of attack that you can't dodge out of, and it hits you because you were already in the middle of attacking or doing a major power swing. So I have been killed on easy mode doing that stuff. So you do have to be careful about that kind of stuff. It's not I don't want to say very easy. It's not perfect. You do have to take a little bit of control in that game and say, yeah, this isn't the best situation. I need to pull back. Yeah. But if you know what you're doing, easy mode makes it so that you basically don't have to press any buttons except maybe the occasional dodge or, oh, I need to move from this area button while you're in combat with a bunch of enemies.
I see. By the way, so like, I didn't know where to find these chips until like much later at the end of my playthroughs. But like the whole experience gain up and the drop rate chips, I finally found out where you can find them, and I didn't expect them to find them there.
Well, I know where you get the drop rate chips. I don't know where you get the experience chips.
You can get them in the same place, I think.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, I've gotten a few.
Okay.
But
Yeah,
you
because
can also,
I started farming the drop rate chips until I could get some really good ones. And once I did that, it made the game so much easier because with those chips equipped, you can find all the other chips in the game that you need.
yeah. Um, I think there's like one part like it's in the C playthrough though that you can get the experience chips as well.
Mm.
But I know you can get them pretty early. Oh, see you later, Arthur. Thank you for joining the stream. You can get them pretty early, and the reason why I never knew they were there is because I didn't want to be an asshole.
Mm-hmm.
It's at the amusement park. You know those happy little robots that are like not trying to hurt you? Yeah.
Yeah.
If you just go on a rampage, you're gonna get drop rate chips from them.
Yeah. See, that's the thing is that
And that's why I never had good drop rate chips because I was not an asshole and went on a rampage.
do you know how you get around that? Because this is what I did to get around that. Instead of feeling like an asshole and killing them, just ride the roller coaster a bunch of times.
It's just then you have to go all the way around and all that shit.
Yeah, but that's the thing is that that's what I did because the roller coaster, if you're warping into the area, the roller coaster is actually really easy to get to, because it's like right there if you're doing the warp in.
It's not that big of a deal. I mean, you can just you'll get an achievement for killing them anyways. So
Yeah, that's the one thing I was like, do I
I'm
really
like,
want
well,
to kill?
right. I'm like, well, you know, like now that I understand, I'm like, it doesn't fucking matter.
Uh-huh.
I just really want to have better drop rate throughout the whole game.
Mm-hmm. No, that's the one thing I was like, I can't kill these guys. They're too fun and nice to have around. I remember when you were playing and you went after the tank. I'm like, the thing I did, I was like, I avoided that tank. It was just
What?
shooting confetti. I
Oh,
never
really?
fought it. Yeah, I never fought it. You don't have to ever fight it. It's a choice that you can make to not fight it.
Well, because like they were like, oh well, or the pod was like, oh it
That wasn't
should
the
be
pod. That was 9S.
Oh,
That was 9S saying, "Hey, this is a problem. Take care of it. These are the things." And I'm like, "No, because it's just sitting there firing balloons and confetti, and
Right.
you're just being a paranoid ass yet again."
right. Well, I thought it would legit like
Come
tie
after
into
you.
something later.
Mm-hmm.
Because like if it's the one thing I wish you can go back and redo is some of the quests where you know how so there was like a few of them where you had to talk to a certain NPC
Right.
and like you had to let them you had the choice of whether telling them what happened at the end of your quest or you like lie to them. And of course, the two times I was honest, it gave me like a grim sounding like music. I'm like and then I read the dialogue. I'm like I probably should have just fucking lied to them. Shit.
Yeah.
I wanted to see like what the outcome would be if I'd lied to both of those androids.
Well, that's
or,
one of the reasons
you know.
why they. That's the reason why they did what they did.
Because like one of them ended up like giving me items and like never like came back ever again. And I'm like,
Yep.
oh, that's not good.
Yep. But that's the thing is that
Well, I'm
is
like,
kind.
I just want to see what would have happened if I didn't do that. But see, I don't have that choice. Like, you can't go back and redo all that.
Yes, you can. Yes, you
Unless
can.
play the whole game.
Exactly. That's what the E ending is actually there for.
Right. And I'm like, well, I don't want to go through all that. If I'm gonna do that all over again, I might as well do it on Steam.
You gotta do it on the PC. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, now that I know that the next time I play the game again, I'm like, all right, where's all the happy little robots? Oh yeah, and I also know the locations of all like the main components to upgrade the pods. So I'll actually have stronger pods earlier on. By the way, so remember when you told me about that whole that sound chip? And like its real function?
Mm-hmm.
I never really found out until like literally I was looking for like the final achievement, which was like you have to find all the pod programs. 2 of them you have to find from dead pods, and of course the dead pods make that loud. Oh, I wouldn't say loud, but they make a high-pitched beeping noise. And obviously, I recognize that sound, and that's that kind of sound where like if you're old enough, you can't even hear that shit anymore.
Yep. And that's the reason I had to equip them.
and I put on that sound chip, I'm like, okay, now I understand. But see, the thing is though, is that if you don't know, like if you have no idea what you're even looking for in the 1st place or aware, how like I don't think the sound chip is even going to help you if you have no clue at all what it's supposed to look like when you encounter that.
Yep.
I don't know, unless you found it by chance.
Well, if you keep it equipped during the entire game, there will be points where it becomes a very obvious thing to do, because you may not hear it, but the sound meter when it's equipped near one of those things is it's blatantly obvious on the HUD what it's doing. You can tell that there's something going on.
Yeah. All I know is that like the final bar of that of that sound thing is like rises up and down crazily when you go right by those pods, and that's it. Just that final bar. But you can definitely tell.
It's really, really obvious what's going on.
But like the point when you find those pods, it's like very, very late in the game. So it's like you have this sound chip throughout the entire journey, and like you never thoroughly use it.
I was gonna say, did you keep it on during the entire time you were playing?
Most of it, and I realized, well, I really want more chip space, so fuck it.
Yeah, see, and that's part of the problem is that if you kept it on the entire time without removing it ever, there are points in the game where you realize something is going to happen because the sound chip starts acting weird, and as soon as you realize it, that's when like the next big thing hits, and I'm like, oh, so it's like an impending warning system. Right, gotcha. So
I'll have to really look into that because I
oh, I hope they come up with DLC for the game.
oh, I know. Like I want to know what's inside those 3 hidden elevators.
Oh, the elevators, yeah. That I want to know what the hell's going on with those robots that do the thing.
Apologetic robots.
No, not the apologetic robots. No, I'm talking about the ones you find as 9S, and they have self-reflection going on.
Self-reflection?
They're the ones that. I was gonna say, when you're playing as 9S, there are 3 robots you can meet in 3 different parts of the main city area that won't talk to you, but you have to hack to yeah.
Right, I remember that. It was a quest.
Yes, but did you notice that it's not actually a quest?
Really?
Once they kill themselves, the quest goes away. It doesn't get completed, it just goes away.
Huh. I didn't know
Exactly.
I thought it
Yeah.
did complete.
No. If you look, it just simply wipes the quest. And if you go back to load that, like whenever you beat a quest, it stays beaten in the game, right? You can't repeat it. Use the ability that you earned after playing all the way through. Go to the correct chapter, load up, and see if they're there again. I can almost guarantee you they are. So that's how I know something's up with them. I don't know what it is, but there's something up with them.
You make a good point, because like I actually forgot what they said, but usually you'd be able to trace.
Do you want me to
that
remind you?
intel. Yeah, they were contemplating about like life or something.
Yes, they were thinking about how life is basically meaningless because all they do is fight and replicate and then fight more. So they have an endless cycle. They will never complete the cycle because it's endless for them. So rather than face that entire cycle of, fight, reproduce more robots, fight more, reproduce more robots, it's just better to kill yourself and end that cycle. So that's why all 3 of them, once you hack the final one, throw themselves off the respective areas. That's why they kill themselves. So.
The 3 wise men, that's what it was called.
Yeah. So yeah, the 3 wise men quest never actually completes in the game. So
But
I'm thinking that might be a DLC thing too.
I think they were all looking at like the same point, if I'm not mistaken, unless I'm wrong. I could have sworn 2 of them that are like near the crater, they're at least looking
at the general same.
of...
Yeah, they're looking at the crater, but the 3rd one on the tower is not.
Oh, okay. They're just looking at the sky.
Well, I don't want to say they're actually looking down, but Yeah, I don't think he's looking at the sky. He's just looking off in the distance for that one. So.
I see.
So there's some more thought-provoking commentary for the stream.
Yeah.
I never seem to get away with just having a good conversation with you without bringing up some metaphysical topics.
Right. So once you get like the maximum like percentage for drop rate chance, like you start to get what's it called? You start to get machine cores like really
Yeah.
often.
Like crazy.
And I'm like, fuck, man. Like, I really wish I had this drop rate chance up a long time ago because I never really sold my cores until I actually was full of them, and I sold like half of my stack. That made me a millionaire.
Yeah,
Real easy.
I was like, oh wow, so this is how you game the system. Yeah.
I'm like, well, shit. Now I know. Well, because like I never wanted to initially sell my cores because I'm like, well, what if you need them for something? But
Nope.
now that I know that you don't, I can just be like, well, shit. As soon as I get one, I'm fucking selling it.
Yeah. Well, the game was actually flat out tells you, what you need to sell and what you need to keep.
I know,
So-
but there are some games where like they kind of trick you, where like, oh, okay, for example, the Desert Rose, it has the same description where it's like, oh, it's a sellable item. Well, it's actually you need that for a quest.
Yeah, but the thing is that because the way that quest is set up, you can always go back and get one. Because the first time I picked one up, I picked it up at her behest. So basically,
Yeah,
the game
I've-
told me
I've
where to find
rarely
one.
I've only found like twice on my own, and after that, the game's like, oh, well, there's one here, here, here. I'm like, okay, well, that's easy shit. So I guess there's a point to that.
Yeah.
He's coming too.
But yeah, now that I know, I can definitely have a much more streamlined run to this game. You know what I always keep forgetting to do every time I turn off the game and like do something else? I always keep forgetting to see what A2's interaction with a pod when you like, rub the touchpad.
Oh, right.
I've never seen her interaction with a pod. I've only seen 9S and 2V. I don't know what she does. So yeah, it's interesting. I'll probably find out right now when I'm done. But I didn't realize that 2B, like A2, if you have offensive heal and deadly heal, like you can essentially stay in B mode forever.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, shit, like that's good. Towley actually he made a small video yesterday. He put on critical chance, and he had a weapon that had critical chance, and with some weapon attack up and all that shit. And in the video, you see him attacking some of the robots in the pit. One of them, he did 26,000 damage. I was like, holy shit! Like you're gonna fucking insta kill a boss with that. I'm like, fuck, I should invest in some critical. Oh yeah, and the pipe, I didn't find the pipe until much later. And I'm like, well, fuck, I wish I would have had this pipe earlier on because it actually has some good stats. Like
It has some nice stats, yeah.
it's the weakest. It can have the weakest attack, but at the same time, it has the strongest attack out of all the small swords in the game.
It's a very random weapon. So either
Yeah.
you hit really hard or you don't hit at all.
But the novelty is that it stuns like all the time.
Yeah.
And of course, another weapon that's also really strong is the Beast Bane, which is something that you can get really early in the game from just the first weapon vendor dude. And I'm like, whoa, I didn't know this thing turned out to be like really strong. So now I know what to buy and invest in. But yeah, on that run, I'm gonna definitely just fuck around and like go to the very end and all that stuff. Like buy all the trophies. Like I don't give a shit. It's gonna be fun.
Yeah. See, the other thing
I'll
is,
still be on stronger hardware too.
yeah. The other thing that that I got myself involved with was the Mass Effect Andromeda.
Oh, the
So-
SFM maker.
I'm a big fan of the Mass Effect series, if not, and I got into Mass Effect as much as I got into Metal Gear Solid, which is saying quite a bit. But my problem is like this game. It's like Mass Effect, the original, all over again.
On drugs.
Well, well, not on drugs, but it's literally like the guys that developed the game are making the exact same mistakes that the people from the first time that the first Mass Effect made. Except this time they're using the mechanics of Mass Effect 2 as their starting point, which is to say, ammo, which always pissed me off. I love the mechanics that the original Mass Effect had, which was unlimited ammo, but you had to wait and have cooldown for your weaponry because you basically had unlimited ammunition. The problem that I had with 2 onwards is that every game now is requiring you to have ammo, which is their thermal clips. So you still get infinite ammo,
Extraction arrived
air
at
quotes,
base.
but because your gun overheats so fast, they decided that disposable clips were the answer to having issues, which basically turned them into
fuck?
ammo. Yeah.
That's so weird.
So it was like, so you've replaced ammunition with thermoclips, which is ammunition.
Yeah.
Dumbasses.
Same shit. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the worst part about it is that because of the way that the game was designed, the very first Mass Effect, you could essentially have an unlimited firing gun. Because of the way the mods worked in Mass Effect 1, you could set up your weapon to basically be a little bit slower than the fastest rate of fire in the game, but never overheat. So literally, you could hold the trigger down for 5 minutes, and it would never overheat. So imagine you trying to take on somebody that's literally firing at you for a solid 5 minutes. And we're not talking like a plink, plink, plink. No, we're talking about a steady, I would say 15 to 20 rounds per second shot rate. So you try walking out into gunfire going that fast. I'm sorry, nobody would survive that. Any cover that you may have had at the speeds that the Mass Effect weaponry is supposed to work at would not be feasible. You would just watch people's vehicles disappear into slag metal because you've basically destroyed everything. So that was my biggest problem. But of course they kept, in combat physics that did that. But they took away your thermal clips basically being unlimited. In Mass Effect 3 and Mass Effect Andromeda, they've given you the ability to have that functionality back in, but not with the mods that will allow you to infinite fire like I used to. And that's my biggest problem, is I wish they would stick to a fucking system for the guns and stay with it. Not give you the option to go back to the old stuff and then not have the mods that made it so useful, because that's my biggest problem, is because I know how to make those work so well, because I spent I still have my 360 and the 300 plus hour save showing you how how fucked up the game could get if you knew what you're doing. It just pissed me off to no end, and it's still continuing to anchor me because of the way that the way that thing functions. So it's a good game for the most part, but there are these flaws that I'm like, do they forget that we already had Mass Effect 1 happen? And like half this stuff should not be happening the way it is. So that's my biggest problem, is that it's like they forgot all the lessons they learned from Mass Effect 1, and it's like a redo of Mass Effect 1.
Well, from what I hear, the original team is not really there anymore, so that probably answers your question.
Well, yeah, but you would think that the guys that are playing or designed the Mass Effect games at this point would have played the original 3.
Oh,
even if it's for like 15, 20 minutes.
There are people that are in like my major that have never played video games, and they're studying to major in game art and design, and I don't understand.
It's just like, why? Why would you do that to yourselves? Why?
Don't know. Maybe it's some kind of overconfidence or stupidity. Maybe both.
Extract him.
I mean, cause like, I don't know. There's probably similar instances of that, but with different fields, and people will come out, like really good at it. It's just
Yeah, but you generally
with video game with entertainment, you would assume.
that's like saying you want to be an actor and not take acting lessons.
Right. Or you don't watch movies.
Extraction arrived.
You want to be an actor and you don't watch movies and you don't have a favorite actor.
Yeah, it's just like you heard of the job and you just want to have it because there's prestige with it. That's
Right. I want to write a book, but I don't really read books. So, there's that.
Yeah, but you understand where your limitation is at that point. You understand why that wouldn't be a good idea.
I guess. But it's like reading a book, you expand your mind and you learn things and, all the other jazz. I like how they construct a story in a book, because constructing a story in a book and any other medium is vastly different.
Heading to FOB.
Ugh.
Deploying.
Let's see here. 18 viewers, not bad, not bad. So we're still out of. We've been practically 15 plus this entire stream, so that's really good. When I just started streaming today, like I only saw like 2 people, 3 people. I'm like, oh, that's probably gonna be the best it's gonna get.
It gets
Because
better.
had it stayed at 3 to like maybe 5 and like an hour passed, I'm like, all right, I'll probably just like call it a night there because there's no audience. But now it's like, that was clearly an understatement.
The rival PF's FOB, and you can capture staff from them.
You didn't know
Why
what
did
you
they
had
stop
on.
posting news about Metal Gear Survive? That's a good point. No one knows. It just kind of disappeared. However, I don't know what convention or game show that they're going to be showing up to, because like I heard news that they were going to show up at something that's happening soon. So they might say something about Survive or something else, but their presence will be there at that particular game show or whatever the fuck it is, like convention, So we'll have to find out. If you go watch Young Ye's video, he actually has that information because he talked about it on April Fool's Day. He talked about Metal Gear Survive itself. I don't know why they don't just just fucking not reboot it, remaster it for like the collector's edition on fucking PS4. Like I would love to play Peace Walker on this shit.
Oh, but the amount of effort that would take.
Well, still though, they'd be getting something out of it. The fans would be getting something out of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the real question is how much money would they make off of it? Because as your chat was pointing out earlier, sometimes it's all about the profit. And with Konami, we know that's what the problem is. Is like if they can't get a profit off of it, they're not going to do it.
It's just people are also asking for like Metal Gear Solid 3 to be redone in the Fox engine and all that other stuff too. And yeah.
See, the other problem with the thing that I don't think people understand is when they remaster a game, they have to go through and make decisions about how they want to handle the contracts at the time that was originally written. So all your voice talent has to come back on, or you have to get people to replace them for those things. My perfect example is the original Metal Gear Solid. The original Metal Gear Solid, if you remember, had a very stereotypical sounding Chinese girl. However, if you play any of the remake versions of it, or the new updated versions, they got the actress they got for Metal Gear Solid 4 to do those lines again.
Oh.
So she doesn't sound
I always thought
ethnic.
it was weird. Yeah, I always thought it was weird when I heard Mei Ling in 4. I'm like, is this really Mei Ling?
Yeah.
I don't remember this voice.
Yeah. See, to me, it would be just a voice coach kind of thing because Mei Ling's smart enough to handle that kind of crap. So she'd be bright enough to pick up on American slang and even out her accent pretty well, given the time frame. Considering she became a captain in the United States military, so I know for a fact that she would have had voice training on that.
But also the thing is though is that like they already had it. They already had an HD remake or remaster or whatever they call it. I mean, I consider something a remaster when you actually build it or try to build it from the ground up or update it, not like make it. It honestly feels like most of these HD remasters or remakes, they just port it over. It just feels like that. But I'm not looking for a port. I actually want updated graphics. I want, or because an updated system is asking for a little too much. You're actually asking to fuck with the game's code.
Yeah,
And of course, that game's engine can only handle what it can handle. You can't try to apply this new techniques that we know now because most of them probably don't even work.
that's very true, and that's part of the problem, is that when you start talking about updating all the very nice technology that we have, like the motion controls and the touchpad, the question becomes, when you do a remaster, are you going to include functionality that does that? And if that's so, that means you're going to have to put programmers in to fix this code that could potentially break your game, and you have to now debug for that entire setup. So
Well, they did, I think they did change the system when they had Snake Eater on 3D or 3DS. So, if they had a team, had a team for
there you
that,
go. Yeah, that's part of the problem right there, what you just said.
This was like way back then, though, when a good and caring team was there. So that's a
Yeah,
whole
when
different game now.
Kojima was still there, able to go, no, it needs to be this. It needs to be this. So
Yeah, I would really
not
like,
opposed to the idea, but yeah,
I
have
would
to.
really like a remaster. It's just like, but I don't know if Konami will ever put in that kind of effort. I mean, the least effort that would probably, I assume, will take the least amount of effort is just porting the HD remakes from the PS3 and such to the next gen consoles. Like that, I would assume that would take the least amount of effort.
You say that, but
Because those came out not too. I don't.
it
Not
has to
too
do with
long.
the architecture of the PlayStation, the various PlayStations. The PlayStation 3 is different from the newer PlayStations because it no longer had the Cell engine in it. So
I know.
you know,
It's
but-
just they were able to port it over to Xbox, so that says something right there. But just only for those 3 games, not Metal Gear Solid 4, obviously.
Yeah. Well, the real question is, are they willing to take a port? See, what I would really like to see is just have them port all the games to PC.
Yeah,
All
I
of
know.
them.
Yeah.
That, because they already did it for some of those games, but they didn't necessarily do it for all of them.
Wait, they did? Which games?
I want to say Metal Gear Solid 5 was on that list, and I think
Well,
either
yeah.
4. Well, 4 and
There's no way 4 is on PC.
I'm just saying. I'm trying to remember what the other ones were.
Okay.
The reason I'm thinking 4 is because I'm thinking of the. No, it was Metal Gear Solid. No, it's not Solid. It's Metal Gear and Metal Gear 2. And we're talking about like the classic Nintendo because those had
Yeah,
PX.
you can just get an emulator for that.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is that can they do that kind of thing again? It would be that kind of issue is do they have hardware powerful enough to deal with that kind of emulation? Because that's exactly
Right.
what you're talking about at that point. If you want to recreate the experience without having too much coding involved, you have to wonder if you can basically build in an emulator to replace.
Well, because like there's some PS2 emulators that can play PS2 games at 1080p 60 frames a second.
Yeah.
And it makes the experience a lot more enjoyable. So obviously you'd be able to play Metal Gear Solid 1, 2, and 3 pretty good. But Peace Walker though, that's a whole different story because Peace Walker was only on PSP and then they ported it over to 360 and PS3. And the thing is though is that we don't even have emulators for that shit yet. I think we have an emulator for a 360, but it can only play a very select amount of games. And of course, there's no PS3 emulator, at least not to my knowledge.
Not
so
yet.
It's like, right. So it's like, your only option is to emulate it through the PSP version. But unless someone made a mod, which I doubt, someone made a mod for using PC controls for aiming and all that shit, it's not gonna work. I actually did play Portable Ops like
Mm-hmm.
a few weeks ago. I tried to see if I can play it. I tried to see if how it would work on my PC, and the way how it's structured, it doesn't matter if you somehow map your mouse into the free aim mode button. It's gonna have that jitteriness
Right.
because obviously it was made for
Successfully sneak your
Right.
way into the heart of the rival
it was made for the PSP. So
capture staff from
you know you can only do so much when you're aiming.
meeting the new recruits.
But I don't know. Like I feel like that problem will persist in Peace Walker unless someone makes an appropriate mod and it actually works. But I won't know until that happens.
Has been updated.
But I would assume, well, because with portable ops, the camera's a lot more clunkier. I'm not gonna lie, it's a hell of a lot more clunkier.
It's jank.
Yeah, very jank. But at least Peace Walker, there's some hope for it, but I don't know if there's an actual PC mod for it.
I think
'Cause,
it's
like-
somebody- yeah.
Because like you know in what's it called, GoldenEye
Mhm.
for the N64.
Right.
Yeah, well I don't really recall playing it when I was young, but from what people tell me, or from what I've seen, is that if you try playing that game like with a regular controller and such, it's god awful. Like it's horrible because it's almost damn near impossible to kind of map it to like the way you want
Right.
to fit a PS3 controller or something, you know. But then they came out with a mod for PC controls, and man, that to a lot of people that game feels fucking easy because now the bullshit is gone.
Yep. And that's the way it goes sometimes. Is it depends on the effort of the community
Community,
or
yeah.
the
I mean, I am because like as if I could play Peace Walker on PC, I would do it in a heartbeat. I wouldn't mind playing with subs with that. But to my knowledge, I haven't really looked up anything. But to my knowledge, I don't think you really can. You can with the emulator and such, but I don't know like how good you can even get it. And then on top of that, we also have like MGO2R coming out as well this month. So you know, that's something else that I can actually start to play again and really get into the community with. But see, you need a community to even get to that point.
see, and that's part of the problem is that the way Konami did their community just dirty.
Yeah. There is no info about the Fulton launcher either. Would they
Extraction
push it for
arrived
Metal
at
Gear
database.
Survive as Celebration? That was one speculation I had, and if they did, if they do, I'm gonna be really mad because that's just stupid. The Fulton launcher is in the game. It's just locked. Like we cannot access it. On PC, you can mod it and you can access it, but us here on console, no. So it's in the game. It's in the files. It's just it's not accessible yet. And if they're gonna try to bullshit everyone and say, "Oh, you need to buy Metal Gear Survive to get the Fulton launcher," then that's fucking dumb.
that is riotous.
Yeah.
Riot level stuff there. That will cause problems.
Yeah. Because then no one would do that. No one would like. Yeah, no one would
No,
want
no,
to do
no,
that.
not no one. A few people would, and
Well,
then
yeah.
and
I
then
mean, like,
everybody else would.
I
be
mean,
like,
I know
"What
I
the
would
fuck,
end up
man?"
getting it because I was gonna try out Survive anyways. But still, though, like just to have that as a marketing scheme is bullshit. To essentially force people who are still playing this game
Deploying.
to go buy this other game so you can play the content and enjoy the content in this game. That makes no fucking sense.
Well, Joshua was asking about the Metal MGO,
The MGO.
R2.
Yeah, it's MGO2R. So apparently someone, well, okay, this has been a while. This has been out for a while, but someone was able to have servers up so that you can actually play Metal Gear Online 2. You know, the one that's on Metal Gear Solid 4 on the PS3. You can play that, but the problem is that you need to have a jailbroken PS3 to even access all that stuff. But
Right.
the recent news last month was that they finally found out a way where you can finally play MGO2R on official firmware, meaning You don't need to
Oh.
have your PS3 broken anymore.
Ooh.
You just have. Apparently, you need a USB to like download the files and such,
Yeah.
and you'll
The
be able to
download
like
patch.
you'll
You
be able to
basically
boot
patch
it up through there. Yeah.
Yeah, you'll download a
But
patch.
essentially, but yeah, like obviously, if you wanted to get a jailbroken PS3, like you had to go like either you knew what you were doing or you had to go take that shit in or get it from someone. But see, if you have a jailbroken PS3, you can't really play any of the new games. You can't be online, at least not to my knowledge. Like you have to essentially force the PS3 to downgrade in its software, which yeah, a lot of people don't want to do. Like I remember having a jailbroken PS3, and I'm like, you know what, I don't like this, and I asked my brother to just like turn it back to normal, because I miss playing online. Like I couldn't go online at all, do anything. So the free games were not really worth it at that point.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, now they said that in April they're gonna have a method where you put it on the USB and you'll be able to play MGO2 all over again on your PS3. So it's gonna be fun. A lot of people are interested, and we're just patiently waiting. There is a channel, I think it's called go look up Save MGO2 or Save MGO. I think that's what the channel's name is, and you'll find it right there. You'll just like see videos of the guy like testing the USB methods and such, and seeing if they work, the backup data, all that good stuff. So yes, they're working hard on it, and he's tweeting like almost every day about like the progression. So yes, they're making strides. I really would love to play Metal Gear Online 2 all over again. It was so fun.
See, I never got into it. I bought Metal Gear Solid 4, but because I had nobody to play with, or at least my friends list to play with, I never got into it.
Do you still have all that? Like
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, at least now you have someone to play with.
Yep. No, I still have Metal Gear. I don't know if I've told you the story, but I used to have a limited edition Metal Gear Solid 4, and I lent it to a friend, and they ended up taking it to a friend's house, and somebody from there stole it.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
So I lost my limited edition. I still got another copy of the game, but yeah. After that point, I was like, no, I can't lend this guy any more video games, because every time I do, something always goes janky with him. So,
Is Metal Gear Solid 4 MGO better than Metal Gear Solid 5's MGO? Yes. Yes, it is. And it's not exactly nostalgia talking. It's just the way how MGO3 operates. It feels like a Call of Duty clone at times. And I hate that. I really fucking do. Whereas in MGO2, like, you can't really do quick maneuvers like that. So if you were going to engage someone, you had to be fucking smart about it, or else you were going to get wrecked. In MGO3, you can just fucking sprint around the map. You can do whatever the fuck you want. So you can see people. Like, it's just like, I don't know. It's like there's a lack of skill, is what I'm trying to say. It feels like there's a lack of skill in MGO3. And on top of that, you have hacker. Now, both of these games suffered from this when they were released. They suffered from hackers and shit like connection issues from the host. However, because MGO2 is being run on a private server, I believe they're going to be a lot more tight-knit. So if someone is actually cheating and hacking the game and, you know, being an asshole, they can have that guy permanently kicked out, like IP banned. So that's actually really good. It keeps the community clean of hackers, and it just overall improves the experience.
I think IP ban's not the best idea, only because we have interchangeable IP addresses now.
Right, but because the community is so small, like, I'm pretty sure you might have to make a special account on their official, like, website, you know? So obviously, if they're fucking around, they're now going to be aware of that profile and that account and who's doing what. So, again, because it's so close-knit, there's a chance that, you know, there's a high probability that, you know, they can easily weed out hackers, and the game will be a lot more fun than when I last played it, which it was overrun by a lot of hackers. Mostly, like, I would say your chances of getting into a hacker lobby is like 25%. So you'll encounter it once every 4 games in your entire session, unless you knew people, unless you knew good servers, and, you know, all that shit, then you know you wouldn't encounter them at all. But MGO3, like, obviously the servers are being run by Konami, and obviously they're not doing jack shit about hackers and cheaters and shit. So
Yep.
that's why this shit's so prevalent. Oops, sorry about that. Didn't mean to smack my hand into the mic there. MGO1 was on Metal Gear Solid 3, yes. And you can actually play MGO1 because there's actually a server up for that. You just need to get the PlayStation 2 emulator, and I forgot what else you need to do, but you can go and play that right now.
Infiltration successful.
How does it feel playing on PS4? Like MGO3 or just playing on PS4 in general? 'Cause PS4, I mean, it's a lot better than playing on PS3, I can tell you that for sure. Why does that camera light turn yellow? I guess in a way it's like for you to have a chance to shoot it out before it like spots you.
It's a tracking mechanic from the original Metal Gear games.
Yeah.
It's to let you know that it spotted you, but it hasn't identified you yet.
Right,
So it
right.
gives you a chance to either shoot
you-
or use some
avoid it.
device. Yeah.
Yeah. Because if it would notice you in like if it'll go to instant alert, it would kind of make the game a lot more harder than it is.
It would break the game in certain areas because, especially in the original Metal Gear Solid game, there were areas where it was literally you could not get through there without getting caught by at least one camera. There was just no physical way to do it, and it would have broken the game had you been able not to do something about that. Like, and that's the one thing that I really missed from Metal Gear Solid. That I found really funny that they put it in Metal Gear Solid 4 is the chaff grenades. Why the hell do we not bring those back?
I don't know. That's a good question. Don't you have a chaff bomb, like bombardment?
Yeah, from the thing, but you don't actually have a chaff grenade.
Right. I thought
And
that
using the
was
chaff,
weird, too.
yeah, and then using the chaff bomb actually lowers your ranking. So
Yeah, I know. It's just so weird. I never knew why. But then again, it's like, how many, like, what devices are you? Because like, obviously you can take out the cameras, and like you can also reduce the alertness so that they don't even have cameras at wherever you're infiltrating in the first
Right.
place.
right.
So it almost feels kind of pointless to even have a chaff grenade because you're probably not going to use it.
Probably not, though.
Whereas in in the other Metal Gear Solids, especially in 4, the chaff grenade fucking like worked on everything because you're fighting mostly mechanized shit.
Yeah, mechanized.
Whereas, you know, in Metal Gear Solid 5, well, you're out in the desert and shit, so you're not. The only thing that you're gonna fight that's mechanized is like vehicles, which I don't think it'll stop the vehicles, but it will probably stop the other walker gears. But see, even then, like you fight those so rarely.
Well, it wouldn't stop the walker gears. Because unless they're the autonomous version that you control as the player, it wouldn't affect them because all the other walkers are manned by a person.
Oh, I see. So it doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
It only works on AI controlled shit.
Yeah, that will technically anything that's AI controlled or uses remote.
Remote controlled, yeah. Okay.
And that's Tally there, folks. He's just being very quiet.
Yeah. So,
Oh, hey, Tally.
hi. Yeah. I
How's
was
work?
thinking,
How's work day?
UAV. I'm not at work right now, so.
Oh, okay. Did you go get your morning baguette?
God damn it, man.
When I go see my buddy at Smith's, they have a bakery section, and like I just see like all these baguettes just like sticking out of a big old basket. It just makes me laugh. I just like picture them holding little white flags.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
chaff grenades and Peace Walkers suck. The only time you use chaff grenades in Peace Walker was when you're fighting the AI. But if you were fighting the red colored AI, oh, they didn't do shit.
Infiltration successful.
Yeah, either Metal Gear Solid 5 is going to be scrapped, or they are... Yeah, you are right. They could be scared of announcing something new. But like I said, according to Young, yeah, they're going to be... they're going to be attending some conference, game show, convention, something very soon. Konami themselves, so they're probably going to announce something. They're going to talk about something over there.
You'd hope they would do something.
Yeah. What's the difference between the PS3 and PS4? Fuck everything. The software and hardware obviously is a lot better. The actual what is it called?
Firmware?
Not exactly the firmware. The interface. The interface is
Oh.
tons more fucking better than the goddamn PS3 one. Whenever I go back to the PS3, I like irk. I cringe because of how laggy it is
Mm-hmm.
to like navigate through that fucking menu. Like,
And
like see
remember
all
when
this
you
shit that I
played
can do? Like, you see how fast I can move through all this shit and like select things? Yeah, you can't do that on PS3. You just can't. It's that terrible.
Terrible.
Oh, and on top of that, you can have a max of like 150 friends here. On the PS3, you can only have a max of like 99. And because I have an excess amount of friends, that fucks up the UI even more on the PS3. So
Heading to
it's even more
Heading
of a hassle to go back and play on that shit.
Deploying.
I just wish they would give us a real ending for Metal Gear Solid 5. Well, yeah, but that ain't gonna happen. I would be surprised if they announced a Chapter 51. That'd
No.
be real.
Oh my-
That'd be like out of the ballpark kind of
They said
bullshit.
they said they won't do it, so
Yeah. I
they
heard that
officially said that it was additional content, and it wasn't part of the main game, and they won't release it.
Yeah, even though it would actually bring them some money
Yeah.
if they made it and charged it as DLC.
they made it for $5. Hell, for $10, people would fucking buy that.
Yeah. Yep. Well, then again, people like all the maps, all the DLC maps for MGO3 is $10, and no one wants to fucking buy it.
Well, I did, but that's
Right, but it's like, I just remember that conversation with Kai where it's like everyone was complaining that the prices were too steep. And
Well,
then
it's-
like
it's
they
the-
lowered it and like no one still fucking bought it.
yeah. It's because they were too pissed at Konami at that point. They waited
Right.
too long. If they had released
yeah.
that stuff within the first 6 months of the game, oh shit, everybody would have been on top of that. But no, they waited way too fucking long. For
I
that.
think, yeah, now that I remember it, the whole Quiet DLC, that whole entire Cloak and Silence pack, that shit was like $30. And now it's like 10. I was like, fuck, that's a big jump. But yeah, $30, like, fuck, man. Like, that was steep because, like, MGO3 was practically dead at that point. That's how bad it was. MGO3 was, like, dead or close to dying. Oh, no. This is what Konami will probably do, too. Alright, future prediction, guys.
Okay.
Place your bets on this one.
Okay.
So, they're going to go to that conference. They're going to, like, talk about Survive or just something else in general. And then they'll also have they'll also hand out little cards.
Oh, you
Uh-oh.
son of a bitch! Don't no, you're not finishing that thought. No, fuck you. No, we're not having that shit.
And those little cards are going to have you're going to be able to scratch them off, and they're going to have little DLC codes, and that's going to unlock the fucking Fulton launcher.
Fuck you, man. Oh my god. I swear I will quit MG. I will quit. That's it.
I
will
would be
done.
so bad. I would be so bad.
The salt
I'd be
will be
like-
real. Oh my god, no.
I know. And imagine the people fucking scalping them. Oh my
Oh.
god.
Oh no. There. Oh, I would. There would be things done that I would not be able to take back after that day. If you never hear from me again, it's probably
Fuck,
because
man.
a couple of Konami execs
Like-
disappeared.
Like goddamn, like honestly, like I'm a little cynical. So like if I was at Konami, right, and I was just like, you know, obviously I'm pretty sure everyone acknowledges that everyone hates them and they just don't give a shit anymore. I would just be that cynical asshole that would do shit like that. I'm like, there's nothing we can do to make them happy anymore, so fuck it. Like, just do whatever we want.
Deploying.
Oh no, dude, that oh. There have been days where I've fantasized about hurting some developers. Konami would be that new fantasy for me. I would
That
just,
day.
there have been some games that have made me very angry at the developer. I'm not mad at the game. See, that's the problem, is that because I've gotten to the point where I am in my life, I understand it's not the game's fault. It was programmed badly. I know
Right.
exactly who to blame. It's the developer. It's the programmers. So
Right.
there have been times in games where I've like, if I could get my hands on the developer, I would seriously pull.
Where's BioWare?
No, BioWare, they haven't got me that angry before. They've done some things that made me shake my head, but no, if they pulled that shit, it would be that fantasy all. It'd be that Taken scene where he's sitting there with the two electric poles and the guy's kneecaps, and
Oh yeah.
and I'm like, I'm gonna ask you some questions. If I don't hear like the answer you give me, I turn on the switch.
All right.
And it's not the Nintendo Switch. Because there have been some games that I've sat there and looked at and gone, what the fuck were the programmers thinking? Who QA'd this and then said this is fun? I'm sorry,
And
no.
when you're done with them, that Switch will be so hot, that shit will warp. That shit's gonna be so warped. I don't know if you heard about that recently. So
No, I have not.
Two people were said that their switches actually warped a little bit.
Oh, because of the amount of heat that the screen's producing?
Yeah, they
Son of a
warped
bitch.
while they were docked. Because they just always had it in dock mode.
I bought a Wii because a couple of my friends wanted to play a couple of games with me on the Wii, and I played with them, and then I never picked up it again. I literally just have it sitting there because I didn't want to play anything on it.
I
because
bought a
it was
Wii
just-
U to try out Splatoon and Smash 4 and Bayonetta, and then that was it. I don't really play
Nope.
it anymore.
Nope. The only reason I have my Wii U is Bayonetta.
Yeah,
It's the only reason.
yeah.
Because that game was fucking awesome, and Platinum Games rock. So
But Nintendo is shitty for making it a console exclusive.
no, I can't blame Nintendo on this one.
Actually, no, you're right. It was Platinum. Like, okay,
It was
here's
not
the
even
weird.
Platinum's. It wasn't even Platinum's.
It was
Nope, but-
Sony and Microsoft's fault because for some reason, okay, even though it did
decently.
what
It didn't
baffles
do
me-
well.
what
but it
baffles
did.
me is that Bayonetta runs like pretty terribly, like a lot. It has less performance on the PS3 version, and that shit outsold the 360 version by like double. And I'm like, what?
That's because of
You-
the install base of the PlayStation 3.
Yeah,
But trust
So
me,
anyways-
I originally bought mine for the PlayStation 3, and I was like, oh crap, it was all right. It wasn't horrible. And then I made the mistake of playing the 360 version and buying that, and I went, holy fucking shit, who fucking ported the thing? And it comes to find out that it was actually Sega that fucked the port on that.
so yeah, because obviously the PS3 version is literally just a port of the 360 version.
It is, and it's a
That's
poor port,
why
and
Yeah.
you can blame Sega for that because Sega actually said, "We're never going to patch this. We don't care."
Yeah.
So I'm like,
And-
"Well, fuck you
And the
guys
thing is
too."
that despite all of that, it still sold really well. But for
Uh-huh.
some reason, Microsoft and Sony said, "Nah." We
It's
don't want
because the backlash that it got because of the character Bayonetta herself, and Nintendo.
Yeah, Nintendo of all
Nintendo's
people.
like, if you guys don't want to do it, we'll put the money down. We'll do it. We'll make sure our system looks like it's meant for adults. Here's Bayonetta. I'm like, well, fuck, you got
the
me there.
the most least likely candidate for that.
Yeah, seriously.
That's very anal about family friendly.
Yeah.
And they're like, "Oh yeah, we'll totally let fucking Bayonetta."
Well, that's because they
this.
wanted to make the Wii U fashionable to more
Oh
adult
yeah.
gamers.
Oh yeah, no, they
And-
knew.
And I'm like,
It was
they got me. I'm like,
Oh yeah.
shit.
I only got the Wii U as a bundle with Splatoon. That way I don't have to spend more.
Yeah, no. I bought mine with the Nintendo Land Pack, and
Are-
then immediately, as soon as Bayonetta 2 came out, I was like, Bayonetta 2, and they went,
Okay,
"You're buying."
I need to know, is the Wii U still at $300? Even though they stopped making more of them, are they still priced at 300 brand new ones?
If they're with like the super bundle, then yes. But I think like if you just
Wow.
get the normal one.
That's so dumb.
Oh no, it gets worse. Is that the
The Switch is the
Sw-
same price.
well, the Switch is the same price, but no, get this. The download-only versions of the Switch games are purposely priced to be the exact same amount as the cartridge copies, and it doesn't matter. It won't change as long as the cartridge is available. They will not knock down or put on sale price any cartridge game for download. So like if there was supposed to be a sale, it has to be a sale for both the cartridge and the downloadable content at the same time.
Oh wow,
Neither.
that's so dumb.
Yeah, I'm like, you fucking kidding me? What?
That's very anti-consumer.
Oh shit! Yeah. Nintendo knows when to pull some fucking tricks, and they're doing it with this. And I'm like, you guys, oh dear, you guys. Yeah. We can talk about the boneheaded moves.
Hey there,
that...
Hyperb. We're just chilling, talking about games and such. So someone's Hyper was waiting for school. That's what he says, or he's waiting to go to school or something like that.
Yeah, well, it's 3 o'clock in Pacific time, so that means it's about 6 a.m. Eastern Coast. So yeah, people are getting up now and getting ready for work and whatnot.
I'm still surprised I'm like at 20 viewers strong. Like shit. Like usually, when I stream at my usual time, when it gets around like, cause it's already been 2 hours. When I get to my 2-hour mark, like that's when it like kind of dwindles down a little bit to like maybe half.
Because people don't want to watch the stream anymore.
Yeah. I don't know. Like it's crazy.
Maybe they're engaged, and maybe Tally's rallied the troops and gotten all the Europeans to come with him.
Oh, so someone asked the question, but thank you, Tally, for answering for him. Why do I wait in front of the core for 3 seconds? Yeah, after you Fulton people, you have to wait for the task to actually complete, because once you head in there, the task won't complete. Because you're in the process of Fultoning them. Even though you're using the wormhole, it still has time. It still needs to process all of that. It doesn't just do it instantly.
Which is kind of the point of the wormhole, but
Right. I mean, granted, it's faster. It's a hell of a lot faster than the balloons. It's just you have to wait for them to get fully engulfed, and then for the wormhole to disappear, and then it says, "Okay, we got a new guy at our base." So when I don't know. Okay, so I don't think you were here when I was talking about it, Night Blue, but I'm actually at the doorstep of finally building that PC.
oh right.
I finally have enough money to buy 1080i.
Oh,
So, and what's better is that the one that I'm getting, my friend has it, and he's offering me 500, where the market price is like 560. So I'm like, all right, 560 bucks in my pocket. So
nice.
I have enough to buy that. I mean, because I had more than enough to buy it. I had like 700 saved, and it's like, it's only gonna be 500. So I'm like, great. I'm gonna save myself like 200 bucks. So not only do I have enough to buy that, but I also have enough to buy myself some RAM. And I'm just waiting for my paycheck on Friday so that I have just a little bit more so I can go buy myself a tower and cooler, the cooling system.
Right.
And then after that, I'm done. And obviously the tower, like, a good tower is like 150 from what I hear.
Yeah.
And like cooler is a little bit cheaper than that, so.
Well, depending on what kind of cooler you want to get.
Right. By the way, what's the best way to get mother base coins? Hold on. Oh, hey there, Platinum Gaming. I didn't notice you there. Let's see. You need to wait for the home base to fill out that paperwork. For free? Punish Big Bass. I don't know if you actually saw my stream at all, Night Blue, but I have like a frame around my video.
Oh no. Well, yeah, I noticed it earlier when I was in on my phone when I was chatting to you, saying last time.
Yeah,
test donations.
Tally is right. If you want free mother base points, you play the game on Wednesday, Saturday, and Sunday. Now, if you're crazy and you have if you have Metal Gear Solid 5 on both PS3 and PS4, or alternatively, if you have them both on Xbox One and Xbox 360, you can log in on those days and you can actually get double the amount of points.
Yeah, I was
You
actually
have mail.
writing that, so
Yeah, right in the middle of that. Yeah.
Looks like we got ourselves a new subscriber. I'll definitely give you a shout out after I'm done with this run. And yeah. So yeah, it's crazy. Now the thing is though is that like I know a lot of you might be raising your eyebrows like, well, why the hell would I get 2 versions of this game? Well, here's the thing though. When I went to go buy Metal Gear Solid 5 again for the PS3, that shit was $20. Do you know how much $20 would get me if I just threw that into like buying
Mother base coins.
Mother base coins? 2,000. Just 2,000. That's it. And you can get at the lowest you can earn 75 mother base coins a week. And then of course there are other weeks that are like special where you get like 100 like every like other day or something like that. Sometimes Konami does do little events like that. So with that in mind, you're able to actually earn like if they ever do shit like that. The maximum I've ever earned in 1 week from them throwing out free mother base coins on one console was like 300. And now that I have 2 versions of it, like I have both on the 360 or PS3 and PS4, I can get 600 mother base coins that 1 week. So with just that $20 purchase, I already almost have like 50% or made back 50% of that equivalent in mother base coins in 1 week. But that is if they were doing it that special week. But other than that, you will earn like 75 on most days, most weeks. But you can easily double that and get 140. And well, you know, if you want to stock up on coins, that's a really effective way of doing that. Plus, I think you can even get the game for even cheaper than that. Maybe like $10.
yeah.
Or
you
if you're if you're getting it from something like GameStop, you can be a club member and get a reduced price on that as well.
Yeah,
Plus, like coupons and things of that nature.
And just so you know, the version I got, it was brand new. It said on the label, this was a brand new copy, never been opened, $20.
well,
so that
you
says a lot.
You should have bought a second-hand version.
Extraction arrived at mother base.
It's Blu-ray anyway, so there is no risk for crash and things like that.
Am I excited for Death Stranding? Yes, I am. Sound. I am very excited for Death Stranding. Yes, it is a PS4 exclusive, but you know, that was a deal between them and Sony.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm just happy that Sony has so much trust in Kojima that they're like, here, you just go do this.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's what Kojima needs right now is somebody to
Yeah.
trust him to make good games, because all these people like, well, he goes over budget and all this other stuff, but you know, everybody that talks about his games is like, oh fuck,
He's a
Kojima's
legend.
good.
He's a legend,
good.
though. Like it doesn't
He's like-
matter. He's a legend. He will
He's
make
like
you
Suda
money.
51. You know, you name certain people and they're like, holy shit, you're talking about this guy, and they're like, yeah. So it's just like,
You're not
Well-
buying that. You're not buying a PS4 for that unless it's like a game of the decade. Well, it's coming from Kojima, so I don't know what else to tell you.
Don't
Like,
know if
okay,
it will
like
be
I know a
game
lot of
the
people
decade,
might
but-
be a little sour because of Metal Gear Solid 5, but people should by now understand that the shit that we got now was not by Kojima's orders. Konami cut a lot of his funding, and that's why the game came out the way that it is
Into
now.
FOB.
They didn't just cut the funding. They basically put him in a secluded office,
Yeah,
and he couldn't even direct the game anymore by the
Right.
end.
at least not on a personal level. He had to do it like
Yeah.
a proxy. It was horrible.
done got scooped.
I remember seeing a little post of like someone photoshopping Kojima in like the yard of a prison, and then they're like at Kojima at Konami headquarters. And then Kojima commented, "Oh no, this is obviously fake. They never let me out."
Oh, that's good.
Oh my god, that's fucked up. Poor Kojima, man.
Jeez.
Oh yeah, if you're gonna get a PS4, I think you might as well just go for the PS4 Pro.
Yeah, at this point, it's
Yeah.
better to buy a Pro.
I'll buy a Pro later on down the line. I mean, Death Stranding is not going to come out for like a while, so you know, you have time. You have a lot of time.
I want a Pro just so I can get a VR headset and play a couple of games that I know are coming out that I want to play in VR.
I just want a Pro just to see the performance difference. That's about it. But then again, I'm gonna have a really good PC, so like most of my games I'm gonna be playing from now on after that is gonna be on PC.
You won't basically see any difference except on few games that are patched for the Pro. So
Right. I just remember Kojima stating that there will be like special care for like the Pro.
yeah,
For
because
Death
it's a Sony exclusive and they have a contract. They need to push the Sony products. So
Right.
Infiltration failed. Are you hurt? Try a little harder next time.
Right, we were just talking about that Platinum Gaming about Metal Gear Survive, how now like they aren't saying anything. But I also mentioned that like they're gonna be attending something soon, and people are speculating they might say something about that or something else, but something's gonna happen.
Something's going definitely down.
Yeah.
We just don't know what it is.
Oh shit, I forgot about the shout out. God damn it. I'm so sorry. Sound, thank you for subscribing. Sorry about that. Actually, what I could do now, I can hit the repeat
You
button,
have mail.
and there we go. See, I can actually see, everyone can see Sound subscribed. So I can do that whenever I want, so that way people can see it. But yeah, thank you for subscribing. Thank you for the support. Greatly appreciate it. Let's see. Oh, Tali, I'm looking. I went to go check on the stream chat on Discord, and I just still see that fucking video.
oh yeah.
Yeah, and I started watching it. I'm like, I gotta stop because otherwise it's just gonna be all the background,
All the backstory that you can
Yep.
never handle.
backstory and plot, my friends. Backstory
Yeah.
and plot.
Heading to FOB.
Oh yeah, the thing about Expo and with the Scorpion and all that stuff is like, well, they don't really have exclusives anymore because you can just play them on PC. So it's like, just get a PC.
Yeah. You would get something cheaper.
I'm gonna be really intrigued to see how they price the Scorpio, because if it's gonna be really close to $1,000, I'm like, you might as well go fucking buy make a PC, because that's already half of a really good PC.
Anything above $500 won't sell.
Yeah,
I'm telling you.
right. Because people
I
already
remember
paid
the-
$400 for
I
the
remember
Xbox
the
One,
PS3.
and then like what? Like a year later, they announced the Xbox One Slim for the same price, or was it cheaper?
100 cheaper.
I'm gonna say that's not entirely true because I remember buying the original PlayStation 3.
Yeah, but
Right, that was a much different time, but people still had the same like stipulation, like, because at that time it was like $800 fucking for like
600.
6.
no, but that I'm talking about like the one with the bigger hard drive. Like how much was it?
No,
for
it
the
was
big-
600.
No,
It was
no,
600.
that's-
It was 600 for the best PlayStation 3 when it first came out. I know because I went into the store and bought one.
And then like economy wise, wasn't it like today's equivalent of like 800 or something like that? It was something ridiculous.
No, it's close to $600 to $700.
That's a lot.
Yes, it is. But given that you were actually buying 2 consoles back then in one, I could
Not
justify
2,
that.
3.
Well, that's
That-
true. You're right.
That
You're right.
was able to
Correct.
emulate both PS1 and PS2. It's like
Yeah,
that.
you're right.
That is
And
old.
that-
That is old
I-
to me
I-
right there.
Yeah, that's the reason why I wanted a PlayStation 3 so badly, is because I'm like, holy shit, you mean I can just get rid of these other 2 consoles and just have my PlayStation 3?
Yeah. But like by the time I got the PS3, it was literally the generation after that one. So that's
Mhm.
when they took out all the chips and stuff.
Mhm.
It was still 500, or I think so. I'm not too sure. I have the 80 gig one, and that shit was $500 or close to it. That says a lot right there. Very small, very small. What else? But also, I don't think anything's ever gonna top that Neo Geo pricing. Fucking A. That Neo Geo was damn near $800. Or, sorry, not the Neo Geo. It was the Sega Genesis, right?
No, it's the Neo Geo.
Oh, well, there you go. Yeah. That thing
Yeah,
was
the
damn
one.
near $800. Like, fuck that.
Yeah, for inflation costs, the most expensive of the consoles was actually the Intellivision at $1,000.
The TV?
No, the Intellivision.
Oh. I don't know what that is.
Uh, It was the gaming console that actually had a controller that allowed you to, I don't want to say program, but it had basically, whereas Atari had the 8 stick and the button, this thing actually had an 8 different buttons and a stick. And depending on what game you were playing, you could slot things over on top of it to change what the buttons did. And it was just like a guide marker for it. But
I see.
it was, if you were to compare the Atari 2600, the Atari 7600, and I want to say that the Nintendo was the best buy because of the versatility of the games you got, but the best thought out games were for the Intellivision. But because it was more of an Atari style thing, it didn't do as well. Like I said, but cost for inflation, it was $1,000. So it cost way more than all the other systems.
Right.
The next one is the Neo Geo, and because that actually had I want to say either a 16 or 64-bit processor. Maybe it was a 16 when it was originally, or 32.
Yeah.
I can't remember, but I know that it was like 2 generations ahead of all the other things.
Oh,
But it
yeah,
was
it
so
was.
costly, it was ridiculous.
I remember seeing a video about like um, SNES versus the Genesis, and like the Genesis, like on every level when it came to hardware, it beat the SNES. The only reason why it failed is because they didn't have good games on it,
Yep.
and that just goes to show like how much advertising and commitment to those games.
Yeah.
All right, we'll see you later, Platinum Gaming. Have a good time at school. That's just crazy to think about all those prices. Like, I remember having like one friend who had the Neo Geo, and now thinking back on it, I'm like, fuck, man. Like, this guy was like, I mean, I'm not saying he's poor, but he's living in a pretty rough area, And I'm like, to have something like that, like, goddamn, that must have taken a while to save up to get that shit. Imagine going back in time and just looking at all the sales. Or looking at all the products.
Yeah.
Buying them and like putting them in a time capsule out in the desert somewhere. Yeah. That's gonna be my retirement plan. Oh shit. I got caught by like 3 people. Oh, I fucked that up big time. I fucked that up big time. But yeah, that's gonna be my retirement plan. I'm gonna somehow find a way to travel to the past, and I'm gonna enjoy all of the gaming's biggest moments, collect them, put them in a time capsule somewhere in the desert that I will do extensive research and find out that it would never be touched by human. Like no people would go out there, or like nothing will be built on it, or nothing. Nothing ever happened in that piece of land. I'm gonna do extensive research, find out that location, plant that shit, and like just keep hopping in different key points in time just to go back and dump it in there. And then when I return to the present day in time, I'm gonna have mint condition fucking legendary games, rare shit. People will be like, what the fuck? How?
I would do the opposite. I would bring a PS4 in the 70s.
Good God.
Or like I would go back in time and like I would bring my PC. I don't, just the PC, and I'll just have the Elgato. I'll just fucking start live streaming back then. And then people are like, "Oh, what do you use to stream?" I'm like, "It's a secret." I honestly wouldn't mind if like I travel back in time and just like stayed in that time period and just like and if this was like at a point where like I don't age, you know what I mean? So I can just like sit there throughout the years and never age, but just like slowly watch everything, document everything, you know? I mean, at least that way, being immortal doesn't seem too boring if you can go back in different key points in time and like document the shit that happened. At least you have something to do, and like that's gonna take a long time for you to complete like one assignment, you know? It will take you literally like a lifetime, maybe 2 lifetimes to complete that one assignment. And you're like, alright, cool, time to go to the next one.
That'd be some dedication there.
I know. But it will be for something that I have a passion for.
Yeah.
The only thing that I would have some issue like figuring out is like funds. How the hell would I get funds? Because obviously I can't take money from the present and bring it back to the past, because that's
seriously,
that's just a no-no.
that's with your foreknowledge of events, you could, depending on what point you are in, you
Oh,
in
you can just
history.
win the lottery all the time.
Yeah.
Oh, whoops! I wasn't supposed to come up here.
Yep. Or better yet, you know how to play a stock market. That would be the best way to do it.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna invest in Apple.
IBM, Apple, Microsoft, Sony.
Yeah, I'm
just
gonna be
before,
fucking rich.
you basically buy them when they're like penny stocks, and then go to the future when their stock is peaked, and then sell them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or alternatively,
you could buy a shit ton of oil barn too.
Yep.
You buy what?
Oil.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, you got a point there, because the prices. Oh, and
78.
gold. If you somehow get your hands on gold.
Well, that's even the better part, is that if you know what you're doing, you would know where to go for, like, depending on how far you're going back in history, instead of being the people that, made the money off of, like, doing certain things. Like, I hate, when you're talking about time travel, you've got to...
There's so much to consider, because, like, you can alter so much.
Yeah, well, that's the problem, is you start creating paradoxes very quickly. So you don't want to be the people that are making history if you want to keep timelines succinct. So you want to be the guys behind those guys, and make a little bit of money as you go through that time frame. So, like, knowing where to go for, like, mining gold, or being there for when, Christopher Columbus did that, you'd want to be a shipman on there, right? Because you wouldn't want to take over Christopher Columbus's job. But if you were some nobody that nobody knew, that was just a shipwright that, was there.
And just claim some land.
Yeah. Yeah. See, and that's the thing. You'd be doing this, quietly in the background. But
it would be possible that I would have a trusted family that I would visit through their generations.
Mm-hmm.
It would be a really interesting little like story that I would come into contact with a family, right? And I would obviously, since I know what's gonna happen, I would guide them, and I could also use them as a type of not exactly storage, but like a way, like a marker in history. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's only one downside of that, is that families can die to various things.
Oh, right. I will have to. I would have to find out what is the longest living, or at least a decent long living family. But then again, altering whatever happened in the past could also alter their future to a point where like they go their family bloodline goes extinct or something like that.
Right, right.
So it will be something I will have to experiment with and have like safety locks and measures to like counteract incidents like that.
Yeah. Yeah, because there's shit that could definitely happen that would make you go, fuck, that happened. Damn it. Plague is one of those things where you go, you don't even want to mess with that. You just don't want to do it.
Right. But yeah, it's just I wouldn't mind visiting a certain family at different time periods, and they will know me because of their past encounter or their previous ancestors' encounters.
So you basically want to be the doctor.
Yes, I guess so. I mean, I'm doing this for as much as myself as it is for them too. So you know, they're
As
just
I said,
helping me.
you're just being the doctor.
They're helping me, and I help them. You know, that's about it. Oh, you piece of shit! Wow. I don't know how to describe that, but essentially, I kind of like jumped over. I skipped over an edge, and I couldn't aim while the reflex mode triggered, and because of that, I couldn't stop the guy from swatting me. It was really weird. Oh, when I do make my brand new PC, probably one of the first games I'm going to stream is going to be Metal Gear Solid 5 on PC.
Nice.
And I'm just going to be doing stress tests to see how well I can, you know,
Push it.
render it and play it at 1080p, 60 frames, hopefully, and you know it'll be good. But like, I really want to mod that game. I want to have a big bass mod where I just change a lot of shit.
Big bass. It's gonna
Yeah.
be great. It's gonna be glorious.
Yep. Because I wouldn't mind playing it all over again, streaming the whole event. But like, you know.
Heading to
Oh, you want to know what I'm gonna change the skulls into?
Hmm.
I'm gonna swap out their heads with the fucking clown mask. Fucking clowns. I'll be like, God damn it, you goddamn clowns. So, cause like I don't know if, so like when you first encounter the mist skulls, if you like get caught by them and you get on D-Horse and you like try to ride away, they like it's like some creepy shit. By the way, the way how they like kind of chase you, it looks cool, but at the same time it's fucking creepy. Imagine that same scenario, but they were wearing the clown mask. Dear God, help us all.
See, this is the thing, is like people are afraid of clowns. The sad part is that I actually have a friend who actually dresses up as a clown for every Halloween because it's actually like a professional thing he does. So like he gets basically put into the Dark Town Carnival tent, and he talks like, oh God, ever seen the movie Spawn? And the
Oh yeah, that one clown dude.
yeah, that freaky. He basically talks like that the entire time he's there.
That sounds,
And
that
so
sounds great.
so you know, people are afraid of clowns. I just look at people and go, really? So my I don't say it out loud, but my immediate thought is, so you were either sexually assaulted or your father or whoever beat you was a clown, because those are the only two reasonable explanations I
Right.
can come up with
I
why
mean,
you're
I'm
afraid
not
of.
like I'm not like legit scared of clowns. It's just for some reason those fucking clowns show up on my NGO streams, and it's very creepy.
See,
Well, on top of
I
that, the
can
mask
understand
is freaky too. The mask is legit supposed to be scary.
yeah, I can understand you not liking them because they just keep.
They keep showing
keep
up on my
coming
damn
up.
stream.
Yeah, that I can you see. That's, to me, is an acceptable understanding, because they just keep fucking appearing. But for most people, I just look at it and go, "Oh my God, clowns!" And I'm like, seriously, really? Or you're gonna over fucking react to clowns when there's so many worse things out in the world?
All right.
Clowns, you know. And then I also know there's people that are, legit afraid of clowns. Cool. I understand that. You actually have an honest fear. I'm not gonna mock you for that. But for the people,
There is way worse phobia than just being afraid of clowns.
yeah, I mean, I feel sorry for the people that have
Being afraid
agora.
of Frenchmen.
Yeah.
No, that's a serious fear. But no, agoraphobia. Look it up sometime. It really does
No.
suck. Yeah, that's agoraphobia is one of the worst, because I'm like, seriously? That's what happens to you if you're agoraphobe? Fuck.
Anatidae phobia.
Oh what?
Oh fuck.
What is it?
Leave the rest to us.
Let me post an image.
Yeah. Oh, looks like Nita is off on their shift, so have a good night there, Nita. Another hard day's work.
Extraction.
I mean, cause like
arrived
when I'm at work,
base.
most of the time there's nothing to do, so I just like listen to like YouTube videos, and like I was listening to Kai's stream earlier today.
Look in the stream chat.
Yeah.
Let me see. What am I gonna expect here? What am I gonna expect? On the Discord stream chat or?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
What? What the fuck? Oh, I gotta show this. Let me see. I believe I used.
There is a typo, but it's supposed to be.
Hold on, let me see if I activated it. Yeah, right there. If you guys can see
Chida.
that in the chat, that's what I can't even pronounce that.
Anachidiphobia. There is a typo, but yeah.
Anatidia phobia. The fear that there is a duck constantly watching you. What in the
Goddamn
fuck?
ducks.
Why? Why a duck?
That's one of those things.
And why would that freak someone out? That's very interesting.
Well, it's just that's the part of fear that I had to explain to people is that fear, by its very
There's
definition,
people
is
that are like
irrational.
afraid of the light, and then there's people that are afraid of the dark, and it's like there's a people afraid of feelings.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, how do you function? Like, how have you not committed suicide?
Well, some of them have attempted and failed, so.
Yeah. Oh no, my PlayStation Plus membership is ending soon.
Oh
Gasp.
no.
Some
It
people
ends
have
on the 5th.
suicide phobia.
Oh, renew is due to renew in 7 days, but looks like there's a problem with your billing. Wait.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have 7 days to get another month or a year, which is fine. I just need to wait until Friday shows up and I get my check. So no big deal. Fucking ducks.
They're coming for you, man. They're coming for you. Because, they're mighty and all.
Heading to FOB.
Serious face. No jokes there.
Deploying.
Is there any way to fight waves and waves of enemies on free roam? I do not think so. Sound. I have yet to find something like that. I mean, you can make them call reinforcements. I don't know. I think there might be a limit.
Successfully sneak your way into the heart of the rival PF's FOV, and you can
Okay, so.
Oh,
I'll be looking forward to meeting
I just actually barely noticed this. So clearly I've already passed my quota, right? I've actually doubled my quota on the fucking event points, and I'm actually in like top 300. I'm not joking. I'm actually top 300 right now, or
Nice.
top 400 in the entire events thing. Now, well, granted, it did start like just today, but shit, like to think that I just jumped up that fucking far pretty fast. And I've been doing this event for a little bit longer than I possibly should. God
Whoops.
damn it, you piece of shit. Cause it's almost been 3 hours, and I've just been doing nothing but this event.
Try a little harder next time.
So like literally practically in 1 hour, I made my quota. And in another hour, I doubled it. Where am I at right now? Hold on. Yeah, I've already doubled it. Yeah, I am in 388th place. Yeah. So, if I were farming, or if there was the Snake Nameplate contest, I'm actually pretty far ahead. But that's not going on right now, so yeah. But damn, I have not seen myself that high up in the leaderboard before, so that's pretty insane. So alongside with switching out some of the models, I wanted to, okay, so I don't know if you guys had this happen, right? Okay, so when you're sitting in the chopper,
Heading
the
to
iDroid will actually announce to you, like, weather patterns that are changing around you, like rain approaching. Now, when I first started playing this game, when I heard the iDroid say clouds approaching, I legit thought, like, it sounds so close to it saying clowns approaching. So when I first heard that, I'm like, what? What did you say? Clowns approaching? What the fuck does that mean? And I'm like confused when I first heard that, and I'm like sitting around looking. I'm like, did she just say clowns approaching? Like, what the fuck? Am I gonna like experience a horde of like clowns? Clowns approaching. I guarantee you, if you hear her say clouds approaching, it'll probably be clowns approaching from now on. Every time I hear it, in my head it sounds like she's saying clowns approaching, and I'm like, oh god, that must be very fucking terrifying to have your phone notify you that clowns are approaching. Like that must be fucking
serious,
horrifying.
You got some
You're like,
serious
oh yeah,
issues in that case.
It's raining today. Next day, oh it's gonna be a little windy. Day after that, clowns are approaching. Yep, clowns. They're showing up. They're like coming to this location. But I guarantee you, it's probably not very difficult to actually take that audio file and slightly tweak it to where she says clown. Because it's a very, very, very close pronunciation. So it could be very easy for her to legitimately say clowns approaching. I want that to happen every time I'm playing the game. So whenever you guys hear that message, you'll hear clowns approaching. I'm like, oh god, here they come.
You should probably ask Donna Burke to do it for you.
Who?
The girl that actually made the voice acting for the iDroid.
That'd be pretty cool to actually have voice actors do that, but I don't know. Who knows how it would be possible to even get their attention, or to even have them do it for free or for fun, you know? I mean, I don't know how they got... Okay, so there was this video. This was before Breath of the Wild came out, and it was just only showed in trailers. It was a joke video about Metal Gear Solid, like, connecting Metal Gear Solid 5 with Breath of the Wild, because Link has the Venom Snake ponytail. So someone made a video, and the iDroid legitimately said L has come too. I'm like, oh, I don't know how he did that, but that's pretty fucking cool. So, yeah. L has come too.
He's coming too.
The fear of being played like a damn fiddle. Yep.
Infiltration successful.
Extraction arrived at Mother
Is there any way to stop the notification sound about the weather? I do not think so. I have never really looked into it. So, yeah. I think maybe not upgrading your iDroid. I think that's the only solution.
I don't think the iDroid does that. It's the what's it? The team that handles your
Oh, the
spotting. Yeah.
Oh yeah, they'll give you weather reports. Yeah. I mean, it's informal. Like, it does help. Like, if you're in Afghanistan and then like you get a message saying sandstorm incoming, like you at least know, okay, well shit, like get ready to like run because people are not gonna be able to see you and shit, you know.
Time to take some fools out.
Yep. So there's this channel called Low Spec Gamer where he like goes into the files of the game and actually like manually alters them to a point where like, well, obviously you couldn't achieve that graphical setting in the game itself. You have to alter the actual bios and such.
Mm-hmm.
And he actually recently did that for Metal Gear Solid 5. And I'm like, oh man, I wanted to like share that video, be like, oh yeah guys, time for me to, now I can finally play it on my PC. Okay, so oh jeez, I don't know why I have a lot of phlegm. Okay, so I don't know where this meme exactly came from, but apparently it's an old meme. This whole racist Miller thing. Where the fuck did that come from? Like, why?
No idea.
4chan.
Poor chat.
That I believe that. That's
Yeah. That's actually legit.
What's crazier is that I have not heard of it or seen any of it until like last week.
Oh, you are pretty late to the party, then.
I know. Kazuhira, if it's black, don't bother coming back, Miller. Like, damn, like, the amount of jokes in that comment section are just so fucking bad. But you just can't help but laugh because of how fucking terrible it is. I wanted to have Professor Kai in the stream so we can actually go through that video and like read off some of that shit, because like I don't even know if he actually knows about it. I don't even know if he's aware that that's a meme. I just want to hear his and everyone else's reactions, because like, yeah, again, it's just like, it's shit that's so bad that it's hilarious. And I just have a really dark sense of humor about that kind of shit.
gallows humor for the win.
Yep. So we need to have a we need to do a model swap of Quiet and 2B.
Oh shit.
I mean, thankfully, some you know, some very hard engineers or programmers got ourselves a good model and a rig. So that's why they had it in DOA. That's why they had 2B in DOA, because they could. So, you know, a salutes to them. I thank them for their service, because without them we wouldn't have the glory of mankind wherever we go.
Because dead ass.
Yep. Truly, it was glorious of mankind. Truly. But
It's mankind's greatest invention.
yes, it is. It truly is beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. Okay, I need to know, Night Blue. Have you actually been to the subreddit of 2Booty?
No, I have not.
Oh, please go over there right now.
All right,
You-
just a second.
I will warn you. Brace yourself for the what's that? What is it called? The little picture at the very top of the the subreddit, like a theme. Is that what it is? Is it a theme
Oh,
picture?
okay. Well, I'm not at work, so that doesn't matter. So.
All right. I'm just saying, be warned. Be warned for the theme picture. But you will know you have come to the right place. Regrettably, you know when you found it. You will know.
Yeah, it's already giving me the warning so that I have to be 18 or older to purpose.
Uh-oh. Yes, indeed.
I see.
Lord, help us. A
Is it-
nice. What?
Is it bad that I want A2's hair on B2's body or 2B's body?
No.
Heading to FOB.
Fuck, man. This is phlegm. I was actually a little bit mad when A2 cut her hair. When you start playing her, I'm like, oh, what the fuck? I wanted to have that. Like,
And you do know this is an item that you can get.
oh, I know. You get it later after her story. And I'm like, well, fuck. I wanted to have that long hair. I honestly, I don't understand why she cut her hair. I don't. Is it to try to resemble 2B because she inherited
Yes.
her memories? But I'm like,
Yes, that's exactly why.
but I'm like, she's still A2 though.
It's she's remembering everything that 2B was. That when she literally gave her the sword, she said specifically that these are my memories, and A2 assimilated all of them. So she knows the exact reason why 9S is the way. That's the reason why. Okay, you have to think about how A2 was interacting with them before all of that started happening. You know, like she was antagonistic, she didn't care. But as soon as she took the sword from 2B, how did she start treating 9S?
A little bit better for like
Not
and
only
like,
better, but what did she specifically call him?
nines.
Exactly.
Yeah,
she,
but it's
she-
like
it's-
why though?
It's because she took on 2B's memories.
But the question persists. Why even do that?
Because she was asked. Remember? Okay, I apologize to everybody in the in
But it's
chat.
just like she has no obligation to 2B though. That's the thing.
No, but she, well, yes and no. She does and she doesn't, because you have to understand Japanese culture at that point.
Oh.
You have to understand that if somebody gives you a dying request in Japanese culture, you usually end up trying to do your best to fulfill it. So if somebody comes to you saying, "Please kill me and please take on these things," usually you will do those things.
Well,
So
shit. That sucks.
yeah,
That's like what's a good analogy for it? It's kind of like taking what's it called? Paying child support, but you're not paying anything, but you're actually dedicating your life for something.
well, it's and A2 was
I'd be
already
mad as fuck.
and it took A2 a while to assimilate the memories as well, because she doesn't become like 2B immediately. The longer she has the sword with her, the more she becomes like 2B.
Oh.
Because remember, you end up fighting a boss, I believe, and then things start changing for her
Right.
because she realizes something's different.
Well, that's because she had a fucked up fuel filter and she had to go get that fixed.
Right, but that was after the boss fight. When she was knocked unconscious by it, she started analyzing what she had done. And I think it's partly to do because 2B was a more advanced unit, and she gave her the capability of, understanding that code. Because remember, through all, even though we're just gonna have to admit that 2B's ass is glorious, as well as A2's ass is glorious.
I prefer the booty shorts
Yeah.
than the leotard for some reason. I don't know what it is. I think it's just like the mystery.
Yeah.
Maybe not. But
Well,
it's like you still
there's reviews about
still
that.
see like the shape. You still see all of that, but it's like because you don't get it all, that entices you even more.
Yeah, there is actually psychological research about why that is, but
Right.
but the thing is, 2B. But the thing is that oh gosh, I lost my train of thought. I was gonna spoil something for the chat, and I forgot what it was gonna be. She was like A2B. Oh, that's what it was. It was. You've got to remember that they are not humans.
Yeah.
They are machines, and machines handle information differently than humans do. Like, there is no way for a human being to basically pass their brain and all their lived experiences onto somebody else. But because these are androids and they have machine cores, and that's the spoiler part is because they actually have the machine cores, they can pass on that information to the next person, and they can gain all the information they needed to from their black boxes, and that changes how information is shared. So you no longer are just living for yourself, because the androids were never built for that purpose. They don't have the same sense of self that a human being does. Their whole purpose was to save humanity, and that's when if you go back through the histories for the Nier Automata, they basically say there's a reason why they had to create the Council of Humanity, is because they knew that was something they had to do, because all the androids were becoming depressed and potentially would kill themselves because there was nothing left to fight for.
Yeah.
So, and that was their whole design.
What does kind of intrigue me is like how it was a known fact at that point that the human race was extinct. The thing that they were created to protect is gone.
Right.
And that lowered morale.
Right.
So if that was a known fact, all of a sudden this next generation all of a sudden now doesn't know?
Exactly, because they if you go through the all the information necessary, you find out that basically the people that created the god damn it, the name of the group, Yorha basically erased everybody's memories when they started losing the fight. So basically, the people that would know the truth were killed, or were rewritten to never remember that happened. Because remember, they have that capability. Unlike humans, they have the capability of going through and editing everybody else's memories. And
Well, I would still, I would somewhat argue that I'm pretty confident there may have been parts in history where shit like that happened, where like something was common, and then somehow, some way, the powers of, well, the powers that govern the people, the powers that govern the people somehow made it to where now the next generations have no clue what happened during that era.
I don't know.
Like, and it's like if you're trying to control that huge of a populace, like a city, you know, like it's like how do you do that without any information leaking out in the future?
If this was humanity, then that's easier to do. It's much harder to do with robots, but because the androids have a self-fulfilling purpose, they don't question it. So that's the reason why, if you read far enough into it, you find out that 9S always finds out. Because if you understand long enough, every time they go through the iterations of the machines basically blowing up the base, Yorha rebuilds itself naturally. Because that's what it's designed to do.
From what I understand is that it was supposed to do that, but from what I'm getting is that this whole Yorha, like self-destruct, like this whole cycle, I think this was like the first cycle.
It's actually the last.
So it's been happening.
Yes.
Well, because like I don't exactly see too much evidence suggesting that there was a previous Yorha.
How many?
You know?
What's the date in game?
I forgot. It's a very huge date.
Yeah, it's 11,000 AD. Or
so
CE.
when was the Yorha documents that they created the Yorha project? When was that documented? Does it ever tell you?
Specifically, no. But the last human was alive 4,000 years ago. I want to say around the year 6,000 is when they died out. I can't remember the exact date that the game gives you, but it basically tells you that like within a couple of generations the humans died out, and it was like 3,000 or 4,000 years ago. Right, so this thing has gone on a cycle multiple times, and the thing is that when they go to destroy the base, the machines eventually rebuild, and so do the androids. And basically the androids realize, oh, well, we're getting this signal from the moon, so the humans must still be there and they're living, so they need to send us materials. But eventually what happens is the command structure gets itself rebuilt. It realizes what's going on, and that's the reason why the commander hands 9S the information, is because he always finds out. No matter what cycle it is, he's intelligent enough to go, this is the cycle, I've broken through these command codes. The commander knows that eventually this will happen, because the commander is one of the few androids, except for the ones on the base. See, this is the other thing, is that you're forgetting one key thing, is that there are actual androids on the moon base.
Yeah.
So they're the ones that actually recreate Yorha, because they'll basically say, okay, well, now that this generation has run through, we need to contact the people on the Earth's surface to start rebuilding for us. And eventually Adam and Eve come back, and they try again to try to figure out what it is. Now, the reason why this is the last cycle is because depending on your ending and what you've chosen, 9S or 2A or A2 break the cycle in that fashion.
How?
Only in Adam and Eve, depending on which one you choose when you get to that ending, if you're 9S, if you choose to go with them, that means they're never coming back. So the cycle is literally permanently broken. There's nothing for the machines to do at that point.
How do we not know that a similar thing happened before already?
Because of the number of cycles that they've given a hint to. They give the hint. There's no confirmation about how many cycles it is, but they've run through a number of iterations at this point. And that's the reason why Adam and Eve are capable of doing what they do, is because they've already run through this a number of times. But because they didn't have a guiding force, as it were, they decided to do that. And it comes down to what 9S does in his ending, getting there, causes the self-evolution of the machines to go, oh, this cycle is never going to break as long as we continue the same thing. And once 9S eventually gets into the building to do that, that's what causes that whole thing to go. So it gets very
Oh, hey, the
tricky.
True King. I didn't think to see True King here.
Yeah.
Well, because, like, what was I going to say?
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Well, another thing is that A2 was expected to die during her mission, and she never
Right.
did.
Right, and that's another reason why the iterations are. This is the final iteration because there's a bunch of things that
deviated.
happening that are getting repeated. Like the other thing that you can say is a fluke for this iteration is Emil.
He comes into contact and actually do something.
No,
Or-
but the fact that he's there at all and doesn't say anything to them about, oh, well, I've met you before.
Well, he did say that he has trouble with his memories.
Right, but that would still make any version of Emil be able to remember them. So, and unless Emil had been sealed inside that machine the entire time, which is really doubtful, he would have seen the cycle happen multiple times.
Also, Adam and Eve, when you finally go find them, they just barely killed the aliens.
No, they've been dead for a while.
How come they're not decomposed? Like, they look fresh. Kind of.
They really don't. But but the other thing that you could say about that is that you're talking about a spaceship that has decontamination procedures to remove all bacteria and the reason you decay the way you do is because there's a bunch of bacteria in you that causes that to happen. If you were to remove all the bacteria and everything else, you would be perfectly preserved.
I see. But see, like,
Same thing that
does that
happens
mean
to
every
Mother
other
Nature.
iteration Adam and Eve killed their creators over and over, or like this was
No.
the only time they did it?
This is the only they don't kill them over and over. They simply state that this is the time. In fact, I think Adam and Eve are an aberration as well for this repeat, because I don't think the machines had created an Adam and Eve before this as well. The beings that were Adam and Eve are a thing for this cycle, because they become self-conscious about what it is to be them. And after playing as 9S, you get the sensation that whatever that upper entity that the machines didn't expect them to be the way they are, because that's how you finally defeat it. Is you go after the twins and you destroy them with their own mind, and that leaves Adam and Eve in charge.
But I think the twins have been in charge for like the longest time now.
Yeah. They were purposely causing the cycle to help happen because they understood it was the best way for them to evolve.
I can't believe I just completely snuck by that dude. That was crazy. This is that one rare, like really extremely rare moment where like an actual soldier shows up on the stairs that I take to go to the path. And I didn't know he was there until I ran past him, but he didn't even know I was right there. It was crazy. But literally, I've only seen that happen twice out of the entire run that I've done. Like, this has only happened twice. That's how rare it happens. Oh, fuck. Oh well. Fuck that up.
Infiltration failed.
Well, apparently, if you read A2's backstory, it does say that she did encounter a oh my god, are you fucking kidding me? 2B. God damn it, man. Are you there still, Nightblue?
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
okay. Yeah, because I had an issue earlier with Tally where like all this stuff stopped working.
Oh, okay. No. I'm
Yeah.
still here. I'm just listening to you explain whatever
I'm
you're making the point.
Fucking 2B. Are you kidding me? Like, are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah. That's what I was saying earlier. I was
Jesus
like, what the hell?
Christ. I'm gonna fucking pin that. Pin it. Jeez. The bee memes never end.
Nope.
But if you read through our backstory, apparently when they went to the server room, they encountered the twins, but they also encountered an unknown bio life form, which they described the same exact thing with Adam and Eve.
It's not a life form. They never describe Adam and Eve as life forms. They specifically state that they're machines that look like androids.
A bio machine. I think that's what they called it.
I don't know if they ever use that terminology in the game.
I'll have to look back at that.
Yeah.
So wait, the 14th machine war is legitimately the 14th iteration?
Yep.
Oh. That's weird.
Heading to FOB.
Like, I want to say the very...
What is also kind of like annoying is that like they delete all records of like they found out for like about humans. So I'm like man, hold on, wait. Ugh, I had to violently clean out my throat. There's probably a lot of shit that the previous iterations discovered about humans that were like, I'm not sure if there's really a word for it, but it's like, it's the kind of evidence that's like a one-time kind of evidence where you can't find it ever again, if that makes any sense.
It does. Like, you find a unique thing that, you know, when you go to look for something else like it, it just isn't there.
Right, and like that item somehow gets lost or destroyed, but you still have the data of that item. And imagine losing something like that being deleted, like just not being given a care. Like I don't like, because at some point, like they give you the idea that at their core that they still want to find out humanity, but it's like if you're gonna delete the records every single time, then why even program them in the first place?
It's not that they want to find out humanity; it's they want to fight for humanity. That's
right, but they can always still just have old records. And just play it off like, oh yeah, this is like previous information that had been found.
Because they're androids, it has to sound authentic. So that's the other reason, is that if it was too simple, they're not going to be fooled by it, because while they are machines, they're complex machines. So a regular pattern that constantly repeats itself would be recognized as a repeat signal. Basically, they would not be able to pass that off in command structures to say, oh yeah, the humans are still alive. No, there's a reason why the ruse had to be as elaborate as it was, because they had to believe that humanity was still around and needed their help to survive. And we also know that through the spoiling of the game, sorry guys, sorry chat, but I'm completely spoiling the game, but through the iterations, you got to remember that at the heart of every android is also a machine.
Right.
So it's the machines trying to come up for a reason for their own existence. The androids are just simply a spin-off of that. I'm willing to bet that one of the iterations of the machine intelligence realized we need a foe to fight, and therefore we're going to create this group that doesn't know what we are supposed to be, and we're going to treat them like we're the invaders. Because at that point,
well, if you read the twins bio, that's exactly what they did.
Yeah, exactly. That
was the argument at the end, that that one didn't agree with keeping A2 alive because she was a threat, but the other one didn't agree with killing her because if you have an opponent to fight, then you have a reason to continue existing. Or
it's not even existing. A reason to evolve.
Yeah, a reason to evolve.
Yeah. But that's a little bit behind the point I was making, because they're the ones that came up probably with the twins are probably the reason why the androids exist in the first place, because they realized that this iteration has gotten to basically its final form. As much as I hate saying that, but they realized,
were the androids never created by humans, or was
I think I think the original androids were, but I think the ones that you're currently as being like the ones defending humanity, Yorha and all the lot, aren't. I think all the androids that have a core are developed by the machines. So basically, any Yorha unit is it's basically a machine helping the machines further their own goals without knowing it. While the ones that are on the surface don't know any different because they don't have the cores, and those cores are what they describe as being the parts from the machine.
Yeah. And then
So.
the twins just ended up just destroying themselves. So,
Oh, that's because the
so now there's
pods.
no more network.
Well, the pods helped with that. The pods got to the point where they're now creating their own outside intelligence to look at everything, and so they decided that to help their side, because they're a creation. It's because of, oh god, this term is going to be really complicated to explain, but iterative and artificial intelligence. So if you create an AI that you constrain, you basically say, hey, you as an AI are not allowed to reprogram yourself, but you are allowed to make other programs. The first thing that AI is most likely going to do is create an AI that can reprogram itself, so that way it doesn't have to worry about the limitations you put on it.
Right.
So, because that's what the pods are. The pods aren't a design of the machines. The pods are a design of the androids, who, whether they know it or not, are limited in what they can discover on their own because the machines are basically backing them. So, and when I say androids at this point, I mean the Yorha androids, not the regular ones. The Yorha androids, basically created an iterative. I can't pronounce that word correctly, but another artificial intelligence through the pods, and the pods, because they now have network functionality, start being capable of more growth than they should have been in the first place. Like, machines would have been okay with the concept of a pod helping and being an AI or a VI partner, but they didn't realize the capability of what they would do when they're gathered in large numbers. So when 9S and 2B find all those extra pods, they start creating a network of artificial intelligences that start realizing this is the optimal path for their survival is to do these things. So that's the reason why the pods eventually help break out of the cycle, is because they're one of the few things that you can tell in this generation are unique, because they're the ones in ending E that give you the final choice if you want to start over or not.
Yeah.
So there's all sorts of things pointing to the fact that Nier Automata is the game you're playing is the final iteration of this series of wars.
Right. I really want there to be
More?
another game.
Oh yeah, no, they could easily make another game based on this universe. That's not a problem, but it's just not going to have 2B or 9S or A2. At least in my head, they shouldn't do it that way. It'd be like saying you're now playing
As a new life form or something. I don't know.
No,
I
it's
feel
not even life form.
I feel like after humans leave, like, or humans are gone, another intelligent life form will take its place. That's how I kind of think might happen in the far, far distant future. Or what has happened, because like that whole like iteration thing, I feel like that, like, whenever we look at like ancient ruins of like old cities that have like no records of like what happened there, I feel like it's that, where we are going through like that type of loop, where, because like there's some carvings and such that are like so precise and so clean that even technology that we have today can't replicate it. So it makes you wonder. So it makes you wonder how is it possible, and like, what happened to those people? Like, why is there no trace? Nothing left behind.
No, well, that's not true. If there was no trace, you wouldn't even know that those things existed.
Oh, well,
See,
I mean, no trace of like what like happened to them.
Well, that's the thing, is that if you believe that's true, then you're never going to find out the truth, because there are always markers about what happened to a people in a particular area. There's only been a few documented cases where we can't figure out at all what's happened to people, but those are more in modern times, and we know why we lost contact, and therefore we know why we can't find the information we're looking for.
But you would
Um,
also think that if a civilization had the tools and the technology to do the shit that we can't even do, you would think that there would be something around, or you would think they would survive long enough.
no, and that is a sophistic look at the universe, because you assume that because somebody has the technological capability of doing a particular thing, that guarantees their survival. It does not. So,
Or at least evidence of the same machinery.
well, that's the point, is that you're assuming something about the situation that may not exist. They may not have used machines. See, that's the problem with the rabbit hole you're going down, is that you're making assumptions about the information that you have. I'm not saying I have the answers. I'm just saying you can't pigeonhole what you want it to be, and that's where you get in trouble with a lot of people. Is, well, not people, but scientists. When you've got somebody that's thinking in a scientific mind, you have to say, what are the things that we do know, and the things that we can verify, and what are the things that are complete hypotheses and conjecture. There's a line you have to draw somewhere in there, and you have to go, okay, well, this is the stuff we can definitely test and go for, but anything after that point is you speculation, or is people speculating on what the situation may be. It's not hard to do, because the human mind is specifically designed to create those scenarios. That's the reason why we see things like UFOs and create, we think we create these situations where, like, you can't explain this, but in reality, pure logic and the universe dictate otherwise. We just want to be able to explain it. Doesn't mean that the universe has to conform to our expectations.
I still just think that, like, we do go through some kind of loops.
Oh yeah,
Because obviously,
culturally,
there
yes,
was-
we go through them all the time.
because obviously in the past there could have been a lot more sophisticated. Like, obviously, if you look at Aztec, like, cave drawings and shit, like, you definitely see, like, what looks like to be like a spaceship or something like that. So there was some technology back then that was that sophisticated, but somehow, some way, we lost it, and then we just,
We didn't
restarted.
lose it. We didn't lose it. We destroyed it. When Cortez came by and gave everybody the smallpox, guess what that did to the populations? All those old members of society that would have known how to do the very thing you're talking about died because their immune system wasn't capable of handling. We know exactly what happened to the Aztecs and the Mexican peoples. We know exactly what happened to them. we know for records. We know what would happen. The problem is the other half of that equation means that we lost all that knowledge because we, in the pursuit of greed, we did things that we shouldn't have done.
And now we're just back at this point where, we have what we have now, but
Right.
at some point in the future, that's all going to be gone, and
Yes.
Another form of humanity will just kind of restart, and then they'll have primitive
Has-
technology.
Has the potential to
Move
restart.
forward.
It's not guaranteed that it will.
I just think whenever we see a lot of these ancient cities and, like, civilizations and such, I feel like those were much different eras. Like, maybe not like between, like, thousands of years. I would mean, like, a lot further, like a
You
lot
mean
more
millions
distant.
or
Yeah.
possible epochs of
Yeah.
difference.
Yeah,
Carbon dating says otherwise.
that's true. Yeah.
No.
What?
Yes? Well, somebody said
I'm
no.
new, you know?
Oh, that's Denial Septic guy?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, hello. But yeah, so that's the problem, is that all the information we know is insignificant compared to the rest of the universe. But as long as we keep understanding that we don't know anything and we want to learn more, there will always be a chance for humanity to grow. It's the second we stop and say, "Oh, we definitely know this is how this thing works," is when we start running into trouble. Because that's what every time there's been a major issue in culture or society, it's always because somebody said, "Oh no, it's fine the way it is. You shouldn't question it." And you can take this from any sector that you want: medical fields, religions, cities, cultures, anything that you anything that you can name has had those points in history where you realize, oh, look at that. It is the way that that person described it. If you want to go religious, Martin Luther and the Reformation, where the Catholics realized, oh, we really should stop, giving out pardons to rich people because it's bad for our religion. The creation of the United States. Oh no, we definitely need to be a separate state from the rest of the United Kingdom because this isn't working for us. Every time there's been a major shift like that. Oh, I'm invoking Godwin's law at this point. Oh no, the Jews are definitely to blame because they're the ones at fault, and you can't question that because that's the way our society works. So every time there's been a major upheaval that has caused a major rift in society, or major, I don't want to say calamity, but a major shift in focus, it's always because somebody has gone out and said, "Oh, that we want to keep the status quo because that's the way it's supposed to be." Landing on the moon, JFK said, "Look, it's not that we do these things not because they are easy or simple. We do them because they are hard and because we want to do them." So,
Even though inevitably we will, at one point,
destroy ourselves. Yeah.
yeah, and then all that would be essentially for nothing. I mean, it proves that we're capable, but it's like the fact that we end up losing it over and over and over.
Well, it's not that we lose it. It becomes either assimilated or it's completely destroyed by a superior force. Because that's how organisms on this planet work. Either we take the top niche and survive that way, or eventually you get destroyed. And this works for any organism at any level. So it either adapts and survives, or it dies. And we're talking whether that be the smallest bacteria or the greatest of cultures mankind's creative. I mean, look at what happened to the Roman Empire. It fell because it became too static and was reliant on too many things, saying, "Oh no, it's perfectly safe to drink from lead containers." Yeah, that happened. People said, "Oh no, you can't possibly push it this far," and then when proven that otherwise, it causes that issue. So, God, it becomes such a morass of things that
It feels more like it's just a cycle, though. It
Well,
just
it is.
happens differently.
Yes,
every
that's the
time.
thing, is that every cycle brings this newfound way of thinking or understanding that we either have rediscovered or we've never thought of before. I mean, I'm really doubting that people before, I want to say, not even this, before the Egyptians knew how to split the fucking atom. I'm sorry. Sources say no on that one. So we've since gained that information. Is it possible that mankind blows itself to the smithereens and forgets that information? Yeah. The likelihood of that, with humanity surviving at this point, is relatively low. If we cause ourselves to go out in nuclear war, I don't think humanity will survive the aftermath of that.
No.
And that's the point, is that anytime you start talking about a full-on global catastrophe of that scale that humans caused, the likelihood of humans surviving is very remote. I'm not saying it's impossible, but the likelihood that humans would be the dominant force after that point is very, very small.
But we would have so much evidence of our existence because, well, I mean, look at everything around the world.
Yeah.
Compared to like isolated locations of broken down cities,
Right. Yeah. I'm not saying that there wouldn't be evidence, but the question really becomes is what kind of time frame are we talking about for the next evolved being to understand what we left behind is. And if we were going with the information that we currently have, we've never had anything like humanity on the planet before, ever. It simply
Well,
hasn't existed before us.
hmm.
Because there would be traces of those kind of that level of civilization somewhere on the planet that we would have been able to find at this point. So one of two things happened: either there was a world disaster big enough to wipe all life or existence of that culture off the face of the planet, which at this point, considering how well we can study things, we would notice. If there was a civilization as advanced as we are now that lived back in the days, when the Earth was forming, there would have been geological evidence left stating that this kind of thing happened. When humans started polluting the world, and that's what we're doing, there are certain things that have permanently changed in our atmosphere that even fossil records will reflect for millions of years after we're gone. There will be anybody that knows how to study geology will go, really, this is weird. Some kind of life caused this change in the atmosphere, and it's recorded through from this point onwards that this is what happened. The Chernobyl and the 3 Mile Island incidents have caused trees to die and become fossilized in certain ways that anybody that would look at them go, there was radiation hitting this thing at a very particular time, and we know how long to measure for that time frame for. So, and we can measure that now. And so if we found a site that was like that from way back when, we would still be able to go, oh, well, we know this is what's going on. So, Joshua Stewart saying carbon dating means nothing. Oh no, it means a number of things. It just
Heading to FOB.
I just wonder if, like, at one point in time, or multiple times, has the Earth been covered in completely ocean over and over again? It covers an ocean, and then land rises up, and it does it again over and over. And
oceans, no. Ice ages, yes. As we hit certain peaks and valleys in space time, and when I say that, I mean like billions of years, we've had multiple cycles of ice flowing and everything else. It's the reason why we have the glaciers and why certain places have carved out. Grand Canyon is one of those examples where we know for a fact that took millions of years to have happen, and there used to be a glacier that caused the start of that to happen. So we've got traces of minerals and elements that we know that would have come from a glacier from some point that basically carved its way all the way through all that earth and helped create that flow. It's also the reason why we know that the African deserts used to be the bottom of the oceans, or used to be part of an ocean fill. Yeah, and everybody's like, yeah, who's the guy talking? That'd be Night Blue. Is this even in the European version? Oh, they're talking about the Avenger right now.
oh yeah,
Tally, you're perfectly allowed to speak, because you're the one that actually has the I want to say the masters in education as opposed to me.
Yeah, but
not in that education.
language barrier is kind of it's not really easy for me to talk about like subject in
Right.
English. So
Yeah. So if we could speak French, you'd be giving you a full-on, blown-out talk, right?
yeah, cool.
Oh, you know what? I actually just remembered something. It's a little bit off topic, but okay. So, have you guys seen Hotline Miami, or played it? Sorry.
No, I have not.
Have you, Tally?
What?
Hotline
Which
Miami.
game? Oh, Hotline. No.
Okay, so this is very strange, but in the game, right? You have different masks, different animal masks, and they give you different abilities and buffs, right? One mask in particular, it's a fish, and if you wear that mask, it turns the entire game's dialogue into French. I'm not lying. You wear that mask, everything is in French.
Okay.
No one understands why they chose that or why they did that, but I'm curious if you've ever encountered that, or I assumed that you might have played it, and I just wondered if you've ever like tried it out to see if like how on point that French was. It was just strange.
I believe it's a Monty Python reference.
Oh, what?
How like I don't think I've seen anything remotely
It's-
close to Monty Python like that.
It has to do with the actual TV show.
Extraction
Oh, I
arrived
see.
at
I've only
motor
seen
base.
like some of the movies, but not the
Yeah,
TV
yeah,
show.
yeah. Oh, they want to know if I have a channel. Unfortunately, Opulent, I do not actually have a channel. I mean, I do. If you look up Night Blue Mage, you will find a channel, and it has one video. It's me
It's just
messing.
shit posting.
No, it's not.
2B.
That's not shit posting. It's literally like me messing with a bunch of Denny knives to magnetize them while we're sitting waiting for our food with me and two of my former roommates. Because I wanted to see how well uploading would work for my phone. So it's what I did. I actually have 4 other videos that I have on my channel, but they are private and not listed because the person that's in them, who is I don't know if you guys know your cosplayers, but yeah, okay. I'll get to that in just a second, Joshua. I'm going to throw myself off topic if I start answering all these questions. That Adele, she was a really famous cosplayer for a while back. She's the one that, like, if you look up Aerith cosplay, Aerith as in Final Fantasy VII Aerith, she's the one that you usually see her playing as because she looked the part. But yeah, I had a Q&A that was in my local town way back when, and she came and she was in her Aerith costume, and I videotaped her and I asked her afterwards if I could put this up on YouTube. And she says, no, the quality isn't the best, so I'd rather you not, because there's other things that I have to consider, my stage presence and everything else. And I was like, okay, that's fine. But yeah, I wanted to put it up, but I can't, so it's just sitting there, never to be released.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. All right, so Joshua Stewart. Okay, so Illuminati confirmed. I'm just going to point out something to you, Joshua. It's this thing called Occam's razor. And the Occam razor theorem is this: you go with the simplest explanation as the most correct one. So, in the case of the elite covering up all this global conspiracy and there being previous civilizations, what's more likely? That, one, there's a giant elite organization that wants to control the entire world into thinking that there was no previous civilization for whatever reason, because nobody ever explains why they would want to control that information. Or no civilizations such as you're thinking of actually existed, which is the more simpler of those 2 explanations. That's what Occam Razor does. It basically says, cut the bullshit, stop with your paranoid theories. What is the most likely scenario here based on all the information you have? The other one gets into is the Sphinx water damage. It can be covered with water easily because given the way that the waters used to flow in Egypt, you could have diverted something that way and have the Sphinx covered around the area with water. So... I'm getting yelled at. I'm like, what? What's going on?
I like how Tally is describing
what's going
like what you do on my stream.
And it's not like I want to. It's just that, dead air happens and I feel uncomfortable about dead air.
Well, let me see, was it Opulent? Well, I don't know, I really can't remember a lot of streams that we have done. Most of them are going to be like Let It Die streams where we just had a lot of like deep talks, but
yeah,
I don't even remember which ones they really were exactly.
And I say, just go through any of his live streams. If I'm there, eventually I'll perk up and you'll hear me start speaking. I would say I want to say basically I want to say at this point 1 in 4 streams I've done this on.
Yeah, I would say so.
Her name isn't spelled the same way as Joshua. Let me see if I can find her on and I'll post it into the stream.
You know that thing we were talking about, the whole history repeating or looping. It almost feels like causality. That
don't
things
know.
are gonna happen like that. Like things are gonna repeat and end, just differently.
Heading to FOB.
And it feels like we're just trapped in this everlasting loop.
See if I can pull this up. All right, so the guys that are in the Discord chat, I'm sending you guys the link to the ladies I just mentioned site. In Google, I'll just have to spell it out for you.
Well, he was kind of close on the spelling, a little
Yep.
bit.
I would post
Yeah.
a full link, but
I'd say he just needs to add another
an
L and
L,
an A, and that's it.
Mhm.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, see, that's all you have to do. Just... But yeah, it feels like humanity is constantly trapped in a loop. Then.
Well, that's
If-
because we
allow
have not.
ourselves.
Well, it's allowed ourselves, but it's more of we don't understand the human animal well enough, and we're not willing to accept that we are animals to allow us to move forward. There are too many people in too many places that say you can't have humans being compared to animals. But if we were willing to take on that stance and say, yes, we are animals, we do function in a particular way, and these are the reasons why that is, we would be much further in our social sciences than we are now. But because we had the Victorian era where it says we are not apes, we are not apes, we are never apes, we'll never be apes, we are not evolved beings, we were made this way.
We have biology to prove all that.
Yes, but the problem is that biology didn't come into play, and still hasn't made it all the way around the world into being an acceptance, especially in the United States, because of really stupid laws. You know, past the we are just barely getting to the point where people are now arguing the fact that there are still people that we have to convince that we're evolved from apes. Now, anybody that's got a scientific mind and understands facts will eventually go, "You're right. We're just evolved apes. That's what we are." But there are still people out there that say, "No, science shouldn't work that way. I will take my Bible or my holy book or what have you over science any day of the week for this." And as long as that continues in the significant number that it is, there is no way
Well-
for us to get over that.
Well, those people will just eventually die out.
Yes, but the
And
problem
they are
is that
dying out.
the problem is they create another generation which they indoctor with this information, and then those people will have a hard time accepting.
No,
and-
I do know. I think I don't know what the numbers really are, but like Christianity has dwindled. Well, not dwindled, but it has like lowered pretty
Yes,
significantly.
it's significant. I'm not going to argue that there was a large chunk of them going slowly away. But the problem is that isn't going to happen in your lifetime, my lifetime, or pretty much anybody's lifetime that we're currently talking to that can hear this stream. It's going to be there for the longest time, because you do realize that the people that are currently running our country, there is a senator on the sciences committee that says, "I will take the Bible over any science book any day." Right now in Congress, United States. Obviously, that other places there may be similar
Well,
people.
you just wait for him to die, and that's it.
No, the problem is that he'll get somebody else will replace him that will have the same thing, because as long as you have a cult mentality plus an education system that isn't doing its job, the likelihood of common people, and when I mean common, I don't mean like you or me or people that are willing to educate themselves. I'm talking about people that are willing to let the status quo be. It's never going to change. So that's the problem, is that
Well,
long
at some point, people are gonna have to say, okay, look, we already have all this evidence. It
okay,
doesn't
I'm going to
matter
stop
what-
you right there. Why do you think that is?
What?
What you just said is that you said at some point. Why does there have to be some point? Where is it in your head that you're drawing the line that says, well, this has to happen sometime? Where is it written that has to happen?
Well, that's just how things naturally progress. If you keep on doing
No.
research and studying, like eventually, not just you yourself, but more the world keeps on doing the research as well, and it starts to become more knowledge. Like the world is more informed about it.
Okay.
Of course, you're gonna have those people that are gonna deny it, but it's
Right.
like eventually it will get to a point where a lot of people will obviously outnumber those who want to keep denying it and be like, okay, look, doesn't matter what you think. We have enough proof, enough evidence to disprove whatever you believe, and we no longer want to follow those rules anymore.
Okay, so
Something along those
what you're describing is what happened to creationism in the 1930s, in the 1940s. We already have that argument in the United States, yet those people are still there. See, what you're expecting to happen and what actually happens has less to do with what fact and reason and logic tell us versus what emotion and self-aggrandizement does. Humanity wants to feel special, and as long as people feed into that ego for an individual, that's going to continue to happen. The only time that that stops happening is when we can get a planet-wide version of a signal across. And when I mean signal, I mean just some, a common information to accept that what these things are. Because as long as there is a pocket of humanity capable of launching a nuclear weapon to wipe out the rest of humanity, it doesn't give a fuck what we do. What will happen eventually is that we'll come to this impasse where people that want to hold on to their beliefs are willing to kill and destroy those that don't believe in them. And that's what we've currently got with things like ISIS and other belief and religious systems, is that some people are now getting to the point where they're willing to fight, kill, and maim just in the name, so that way they can get what they want out of the system.
Yeah, but since we already learned from a past from history in the past, people are a lot more wiser, aren't
Right.
they? So at least
Okay.
well, at least
I have
you
a
would think
question
they
for
would
you.
fight back too.
Well, yeah, so that's fine. But my question is if you went to the common man in the street, would they give you the exact same answer?
Well, wait, what answer exactly? Because
The answer you're giving. The answer you're giving. Nanomachines. Oh god, let's not even start. Grey goo. Look up the apocalypse scenario for look up the apocalypse scenario for Grey Glue if you want to talk about nanomachines.
Well, because like what I mentioned earlier, that like Christianity and like other religions, not just Christianity, a lot of people are
Islam.
a lot of people are not as faithful, I guess you want to describe it. They're not as endowed in their faith anymore. So religions are kind of declining a bit. I mean, not like at a pace where it's like it's going to be extinct soon, but it is going down.
The problem
Obviously,
becomes
there's going to be more people who are not, or are not tied down by that to not really follow those rules anymore. Or
Okay.
if the other side does like rebel and try to kill for their beliefs, there's going to be an opposite side that's just as big or maybe even bigger eventually.
okay.
That will fight back.
Okay, so have you seen the movie Idiocracy?
Yeah.
Do you know what the problem with the argument you just gave me was?
No.
You're expecting mankind's general intelligence to increase. The way things are going now, that is not true. Because we're now creating cultures of human beings that are living less, they are redundantly relying on things they shouldn't have, and they're buying into cultures that are leading them astray. And that's the problem, is that our education systems, at least in the United States, I'm not saying this is the entire world,
Deploying.
is that we're causing ourselves to basically dumb ourselves down. And the problem with what you're suggesting is that if altruistic people were capable of doing what you're doing, we wouldn't have a problem. The real problem is what is the rate of births between smart people and what is the rate of births between dumb people?
Well, I don't really know exactly.
If you give a standard, I mean, that's the reason why I brought up the idiocracy thing, is that most smart people limit themselves to 1 or 2 children because they know that's what they can comfortably provide for those kids. Then you have the other half of that equation where people that have nothing, literally nothing else to do, are constantly breeding, and they're having more kids. You've seen this on TV where, a lady has 10 kids and she can't support any of them, yet the father is a drunkard and doesn't do anything, and the kids are in squalid conditions. How many families do you think is one, and how many families do you think is the other, is the real question. How likely is it that a kid from the lower or the overly large family is going to have more kids like him than the smart one is going to have more kids like theirs? It's a problem of breeding at this point, and I hate saying it that way, but that's what's happening, is that our rates of having kids has changed the dynamic you're talking about. So this issue isn't just purely about logic and reason, because with logic and reason and people willing to listen, you've got no problem. But the issue is how are you educating those 1 or 2 kids versus those 9 or 10 kids? So,
Well, you would think the 1 or 2 kids will at least land themselves in something.
well, no, I'm not.
You have
in a
mail.
much more powerful position than
Right.
obviously the dumb ones.
Right. Okay. Now, what generally happens when people that are smarter get into positions where they realize they can get away with things?
Well, you don't have to be smart to be corrupted. Anyone can be corrupted.
Right, but if somebody's smarter than another person and nobody catches on to their corruption, Wall Street,
Oh no, people are catching on.
yeah, how long did that take?
Oh yeah, I know. I get what you mean though.
I mean, for every system that you create like this, there will be people that are smarter than others about fluking the system. But at that point, the war is already won, because at that point, you have the issue of people's greed versus the general welfare, and that is where the issue comes down.
One
is
sec.
like,
Solid Snackers. Yeah, Solid Snackers. Thank you for subscribing. Greatly appreciate it. All right, sorry about that. Go ahead.
no, that's fine, that's fine. So that's what you have. Yeah, see, Opulent's bringing up the issue is
Yeah, I
that
just
no,
read
you
that.
can't see. Yeah. You can't say that the U.S. is generally becoming dumber. New innovations are constantly improving, and general population's intelligence. Okay, see, the problem, Opulent, with that argument is what we like to call the bell curve. You're taking an average number, and you're taking that and applying it across the whole board, and your highest points and your lowest points will have the most effect about which direction that goes. So if your most intelligent kids are now getting 120 IQs, where the lower ends are only getting 90s, everything's going to start pointing to the fact that it looks like we have 110, 115, IQ intelligent children. So that's the problem with the issue you're bringing up, is that when you start talking statistics in the way you are, you're generalizing the bell curve, and it's bad. You have to actually take in the numbers of things, because I could say, we had 5% less crime from last year to this year, but if we're committing 1 million crimes, that number, the actual hardcore number, is more important than that percentage point. And that's why that's why I don't like arguing percentages, because it gives you a false sense of security. It allows you to go, oh, it's only 1 or 2%. Oh, it's only this number. It's only, a little number. It's like when I hate saying grown-ups, because I am a grown-up, but it's like when people tell you, oh, it's only, 2 or 3 hours to do this. You're like, okay, cool. Now, I want you to do this calculation. 3 hours is exactly how long? It's 180 minutes. What could you be doing in 180 minutes? I know what I was doing for the last 180 minutes. But you honestly start thinking about, oh, this is what happens.
Successfully sneak your way into the heart of the rival
Well,
PF's
yeah, Joshua Stewart's bringing kind of some of the points I'm trying to make here, is that, but it's specific to the United States economy for most of this information. For the rest of you that are in other parts of the world, I don't know how that's working. But if we want to take a look at another place that has really crap children care at this point, or growth rate expectancy, Japan. I love Japan, don't get me wrong, but because of the social constructs they have in place in Japan, their birth rate is abysmal. They are losing more people day by day. Solid Snackers wants to know what is the hashtag you put up. And I think you should explain that one. I'm going to be quiet for a moment so I can munch on my salad, and you can explain what that is.
It's just a hashtag that people made after the whole thing with Konami and Kojima, how they treated him and such. But it became even more so when, like, you know, they, like, what they do? They made a pachinko machine, and they remastered all the scenes in Metal Gear Solid 3 just for a pachinko machine, instead of, like, you know, giving us a proper remastered game. So, you know, that's what the hashtag is. It's just to tell them, like, fuck you, like, we don't like you. Now, the way how Nightblue said he was gonna munch on his salad, I don't know why, but that just sounded dirty. I don't know. Maybe that's just me, but that just sounded dirty.
You got a pretty mouth.
So munch on that salad. Goddamn salad munchers.
Yep. I can be negative about humanity's progression because it's an opinion. It's not fact. I'm giving you what I'm just giving you what I see the world as. And in most cases, I'm actually, as negative as I'm sounding, I'm actually very positive about humanity at most points. It's just that you have to pull yourself out of the equation and take a look at what's actually happening at the world. There are things that are negatively impacting humanity in multiple ways. And you have to accept that some of that responsibility falls to you to take care of some of those issues.
Infiltration successful.
So I just checked the leaderboards, and
Extraction arrived at
if no
your
one,
base.
I don't think anyone's gonna earn this many points as I am. But if I am correct, I think I am first place. Because literally,
Nice.
because it updates at like what 1 o'clock, maybe 2 o'clock in the morning. So obviously that passed long ago. But the guy who was in first place, he has like 400K. I have almost 1 million.
Uh-huh.
So I've already doubled everything from just this one long night session. Yeah, I have 900K, so almost 1 million. And yeah, so if I'm correct, tomorrow morning I should be first place, which that would be really cool. I'll take a screenshot of that. I'll
That would
post
be
it on
nice.
my wall. I'm like, I was first place on Bound Dragons once.
There you go. Proof I can do it. Yep. So Opulent is saying that there are peaks and lows in that equation, but you can't have this speculation mentality when talking about numerical information. Why not? There's a difference between empirical information and opinions on said information. This is the reason why you have people that can twist words and deny certain things from ever happening, because it's their take on that information. You can't deny somebody else their opinion when they talk about that information. So
Heading to FOB. Deploying.
see, Tally's doing my job for me. I just I'm just gonna drop the mic and let the man do his thing. He be wrecking the chat.
We have 24 people watching. Jeez, I'm surprised I've had consistent viewers, 20 plus.
Successfully sneak
I'm
your way
back.
into the heart of the rival
Hello.
PF's FOB, and you can capture staff from them. I'll be looking forward to meeting the new recruits.
So that's Opulent. I understand what you're getting at, and I know why you're saying what you're saying. But you have to be careful about how how you handle that information, because being overly optimistic about information can get you in the same can get you in as much trouble as being overly negative with the information. I'm not saying that the situation is impossible, but what I do realize that is if things continue the way they have been for the last, I want to say 8 to 10 years, there are going to be serious issues when I am an old man in my 70s. There will be issues that we can no longer solve because the system has broken down to such a degree that the time to fix those things has passed. That is what I worry about. And that is actually common among human beings to have happen to them. Is as you grow older, your outlooks and views change because you start understanding things a little bit better. And I will honestly say, piece of advice that I got, or it was like this internet meme before internet memes were a thing, and it was this saying, or it might be even before then. It might have come from a book from like the 1800s, but the saying goes is that as a child, I thought I could change the universe. Sorry, I'm stopping because I'm reading what you're saying. Cannot. Okay, well, you can go to school. That's what. Okay, so as a young boy, I thought I could change the world. As a young man, I thought I could change my country. As a man, I thought I could change my state. As an old man, I thought I could change those around me. And as I lay on my deathbed, I realized the only thing I could change was myself.
Deploying.
I'm pretty sure you can change people.
You can attempt, but the only thing is that people have to be
some
willing
will
to
and
change.
some won't. That's
Well,
the thing.
people will change if they're willing to change. So basically,
I
it
know.
comes down to
But you make it sound like that you can't do that. Like it's impossible.
Well, the problem is that you can always give a person an offering of change. You can always give them an opportunity. Doesn't mean that they'll take it. And
I know
you
that.
can't you can't force somebody to change. You really can't. You
No.
cannot. But if they're willing to change, then you can do that. It's not
But
a
when
problem.
you say I can't change someone's mind, that's not.
I
entirely
never said
true.
I never said anything about changing somebody's mind. See, that's the reason why the quote is hard to understand. It's not about changing somebody's mind. If you go through the lines, you start understanding what the concepts are. It's, as children, we don't quite understand how the world works, so we think that everything can be obeyed because we can do it. It's the kid's fantasy. I'm going to go do whatever I want. I'm going to become a king or queen of the country. I'm going to, become the best basketball player. As we get a little bit older, we realize, oh well, some of those things aren't just possible. Like I can't fly. It's just not possible. As we get older than that, we realize that
That sounds like quitter talk to me.
well, as soon as you jump off that 15-story building and can, keep floating, let me know. I will be the first person to follow you. Okay? Let me know how that goes.
Well, technically, if you say you want to fly, you can fly. It's just not the way that you thought.
Well, we can fly now. I'm talking about unassisted flight with, no
Oh, I know.
other...
I'm just saying whenever you hear someone say, I want to learn to fly, or I want to fly, I'm like, you mean like fly a plane or like fly like without anything? Like just like, like jump off?
Yeah. See,
that's two different things, because you could still fly, technically.
Yeah,
you can.
Yeah, you can fly towards the ground.
At that point, is right toward the ground. Now we're arguing semantics, which is not what I was wanting to get into. Because that's what it is. It's a semantic argument.
You're being too technical.
Well, no, it's what semantics are. It's the technicalities of the law and the language. So as a boy, young man, at the man stage, you realize that the things that you thought were possible have become much more narrow. And that's the same thing that the old man as well, is that, as you get older, you realize that the things that you thought you were capable of aren't true. Because all this opportunity that you've spent doing all these other things have come to the conclusion that you do not have the power you think you do in the universe. And the reason why that last one is there is to remind you that if anything, the entire time that you were thinking about those 4 other stages of life, you should be saying, fuck trying to change the world. I'm going to do something myself. I'm going to go do it me. I'm the one that's going to change.
But there have been people that changed the world, though.
Yes, but that's because they themselves changed. They're the ones that said, you know what, I can do this. I can make this happen. They didn't say
But that inherently changed the world, though. So you did.
but yeah, but causality and causation and correlation are 2 different things. And this is where I get to be semantic about this, is that because they made change of the world, you think, oh, that's because they were always meant to do that. Well, that's hindsight. Think about what would have happened if any of the things in our major histories had been changed. What had happened if Washington had failed, crossing the river that night? I mean, imagine the entire history of the United States if Washington had failed to lead the Revolutionary armies correctly. I mean, you can take this at any point you want, and the real question is those people that were in those places, were they capable and did they change themselves? And that's the point of the sayings. It's not to say that you can't do these things. It's to say that when you look at the information, you shouldn't be worried about what everybody else thinks about. You should worry about what you're capable of and what you're willing to do. Hence why I'm on your stream lecturing a bunch of YouTubers about this shit.
Yeah, he's right.
But if you know you can change the world, you can change the world.
Yes, if you want to change the world, but the first thing you have to do is change yourself.
No, now I understand because you guys are talking to me. I'm a kid.
You're going to have a very interesting life ahead of you. I'll just say that.
Thank you.
Holy shit, it's almost 5 a.m.
Yep. Now you know why I'm munching on my salad, because I'm like, oh, it's past my dinner time. I should have ate hours.
I haven't eaten anything like all day.
It's not good, man. It's not good for you.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe, well, okay, I know there's so much BS out there when it comes to dieting. There are people that like eat once a day. There's that kind of thing, but I don't even know if that's like good at all, because I kind of understand the human body that you kind of do need to eat small portions throughout the day.
Yep.
Because if you don't eat, your body goes into like a energy conservation mode, and thus you don't really lose fat, at least not very fast.
You basically, your metabolism slows down to the point where it doesn't try to burn as much energy as it should, and will start storing this food as quickly as possible, because in case you go hungry again. So that's the reason why I needed to eat the salad, is because I need to get my metabolism raised, and not because I am so freaking overweight. It's ridiculous. I'm not like if you look at me, I don't look that fat, but like when I tell people my weight, they go, "You don't weigh that much," and I'm like, "Yeah, get a scale out. I actually do." I just the way that my weight is distributed for fat makes me look
tall.
thin.
Yeah,
no,
you're tall.
Oh no, I am 5'10". And
yeah,
I weigh,
I'm 5'11".
Yeah, I weigh 300 pounds. People look at me and go,
"What the fuck?"
Yeah. The people look at me and go, "You don't weigh 300 pounds," and I'm like, "Get the scale out." Don't believe me. It's not even big boned. It's just that because
I know, it's a joke.
Yeah, it's the way that my weight is distributed. It makes me look more like an overweight, like one of those old classic style wrestlers. You know, the guys that are just beefy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but it's just one of those things. I was kind of lucky in that department, but I need to lose like 150, 160 pounds to be healthy again. Thank you, Joshua. That's kind of the point I was making. Joshua was saying, you can lead a horse to water and you can't make him drink, right? You cannot physically or directly alter a person's understanding and beliefs, but but you can surely only after the offer the information in hopes that inspire change but not cause a direct change in or of someone. Yeah. Thank you, Joshua. Much more elegant way of saying what I was saying earlier.
So take a look at the guy in. I don't know if you guys see it on the stream yet, but I'm looking at the
You
ranking.
tally. Oh my god. I just,
What did he post something? Did he share
What?
post again?
No, he's just telling me something. I'm just sitting there going, dude, you're a jerk. Yeah. Well, given that you're French and I understand that you know you've gotten a better kick in life than I have, so I understand why that's happening. So that's all right.
I'm literally 500 grand above this dude, and he's number one.
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna be number one soon. Oh, by the way, Eddie Pot, I think, is no longer doing videos, so no more misleading stuff.
Oh, it was an April Fool joke.
Oh, was it?
Someone said I questioned. I was like, oh, okay, is that really an April Fool's joke? And then someone else was like, no, I think this is legit.
Yeah.
Whatever. I don't know. I just remember that one time when there was a snake. When you can get the snake nameplate, I did remember seeing Eddie Pot like top 11, like he was number 11. It's crazy. All right. With that in mind, I think I'm gonna end the stream because I've been streaming a lot longer than I expected. Usually they go for 2 hours, but I went for like what 4 hours.
Let me see.
I had about 20 plus people nearly like the entire time, so that's great. So that lets me know that I have a viewing on the other side of the world. So I'll definitely do some more streams at this hour. But I would also do streams on my usual time. That way I have my viewings from this side of the world as well. So thank you guys for showing me that support and coming through. So I greatly appreciate that. So I am working on the Fulton Launcher rant video. And it'll probably be the last thing I talk about the Fulton Launcher. Because after that, it's like, unless they release it, then there's no reason to talk about it anymore. Or unless I get a statement from Konami, then there's no reason to talk about it anymore. But, yeah, I don't think we're going to be getting that. I don't think we're going to be getting the damn launcher anytime soon. I really don't. They've delayed it so much, and it's already like 2 months delayed, and yeah, it just doesn't look like they're gonna release it to us, sadly. So, yeah.
You mean 1 year late?
Oh God. Or
That's-
they'll release it 1 year later as their 3rd anniversary.
Yeah.
Of this game. Yeah, no. But yeah, I'd like to thank Towley and Night Blue for joining the stream, for giving us some top quality talking or conversation, dialogue, whatever you want to choose. So yeah, look out for that video. Also, soon enough, I will have a better PC and I will be streaming this stuff at much better resolutions and much better frame rates. So look out for all of that. But I'm very tired. It's pretty late. I hope you guys have a good afternoon where you guys are. I know for me in Night Blue, it's pretty late. So
It's raining here at night.
No problem. Thank you for having me on again.
yep. All right then, chat. Thank you guys for coming through, and I will see you guys